Wait, does that
My
mean
notebook
if you put a No, guys, if you put a flashlight against it, does that mean it would refract?
Oh. I mean, we
I
can
don't
see
know.
those women.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
So I guess not.
Okay. Just a preface for the Twitch stream and for the audience of the future, my Ethernet is completely fucked. So if any audio visual badness happens, sorry. But yeah, let's try to remember what happened last week. I'm trying to remember. Let me scroll up. Oh, you guys were hanging out in that camp, the merchant camp. You guys asked a bunch of questions. You found out a bunch of information about ROL. Apparently, you're supposed to wear face masks there, as well as other various precautions. You learned that it is illegal to travel around in ROL without a resident to guide you around. And then you all drank some slurry, delicious slurry. You talked, and then you went to the dreamland. Archibald had a dream, and Edwin had a dream. Did anything else happen of interest? I don't quite remember.
Sorry.
I finally got Octavia to dance in front of a crowd and earn money.
Oh, yeah, Octavia.
Yeah,
Octavia
and we
did a little
stole-
dance
well,
for a bunch of drunken
yeah.
hunters.
And we stole, yeah.
I
And
was gonna
they
say
loved
we, but only a couple people stole
Only
things.
Amalthea
to
and
be fair.
Gottfried.
A little
Yeah,
theft
pretty
is
much.
allowed from drunk
Yeah,
people.
they can have it.
Theft. There were 2 dream sequences of increasing levels of oh fuck.
Yeah. Archibald's first dream sequence. Oh my god.
Amazing. And it was a Godfrey dream.
Yeah, it was not only was it a Godfrey dream, it was an important Godfrey dream. But yes, Archibald brain hacked Godfried a little bit, or at least you assume it was Godfried. And then Edwin saw a dream vision of 2 people, 2 like tavern owners, getting eviscerated by a man with green hair who you recognized from the tower. But that is where we cut it off. Okay? Does anyone have any questions before we get started? Or did I miss anything?
Are we fighting this?
No. Well, that actually, I'll say that depends. The combat has been prepped. So if you just get in the city and then immediately start wailing on people.
No. No.
Well.
We're not murder hobos like that.
One second.
Right?
Cheppy's making posts.
Oh.
Cheppy, I do both of these things because I'm a great DM.
Yeah, that's like perfect. That's the ideal.
Practice, except for the practicing accents. Okay. So, you guys, it's another hot, disgusting, desert morning, and Octavia, you actually wake up first, and there's a very specific reason for that. You wake up to a little pair of bird feet on your face.
Okay, I get the bird, like, okay, what do you got?
The bird looks a little befuddled, as if it's not entirely sure whether it's in the right place, but, it sticks its leg out to you like, take?
There. And she takes it and opens it up.
I'll send you, the file. It is not from Lothair. 1 second. Trying to connect. Please, God!
Oh no!
Girl, help! When I say girl help, I'm specifically talking to Miku if she's out there. Miku, help me!
You asked for Miku.
Miku, get into. Miku, start hiding in Sam's Wi-Fi.
Hide in my Wi-Fi.
I got it.
Fix my
shit. A Wi-Fi waifu.
Got him.
Okay. I will. Oh, it's longer than I believed.
Oh no.
Into your hands fall 2 pieces of paper. One seems to be a letter, and the other one seems to be a far shorter thingy that just has a couple words on it.
Oh, I see the thingy first. I'm like, oh, bread.
It's a bread recipe.
Octavia pockets the bread recipe, but then takes the other letter and is like, looks to the bird, is like, Thank you.
The bird just kind of like peeps at you, and then like it doesn't fly out of your tent. It just kind of struts out, like
Yeah.
little pigeon bob. You don't hear it fly away, so it might just be sitting outside.
Yeah, I'll get this to the other person this is for. And Octavia gets out of her tent and goes to Godfrey's tent.
All right. Are you like knocking on the whatever door?
Yeah, she knocks like, Godfrey.
Hold on one second.
Godfrey.
1 second.
Okay.
Okay, he does notice you. Takes every
Why is he like this?
he does notice you, but it takes him like a solid 5 minutes to leave.
Okay,
the,
then as
tent.
he's doing that, Octavia just starts reading it. And I'm gonna start reading it till he comes out, and then I'll read it to everyone else.
While you're pre-reading that, real quick, Sam, for the record, I just added a YouTube video to watch later because I'm on, I'm in the campaign. I can't do that shit right now. And it did just take a solid, 60 seconds for the notification to pop up. So it might be.
It might be Google. But then why is... Oh,
Yeah.
fuck. Why is my Discord not letting me upload? What is the answer?
Oh, never mind. It's back to the fuck you zone. You specifically.
I gotta call Verizon. But yeah, Godfrey takes like a solid 5 minutes. You hear him like moving around. But he doesn't come out for a couple of minutes. When he does appear, he is obviously just was asleep. But he's got kind of like a wild-eyed, crazy expression on his face. Just like a little bit. Like a little more than usual.
Are you okay?
He looks behind him, like as if worried that someone else is going to be there, before just like nodding and then asking like, what do you need?
Letter from Merope.
He looks at the letter that's in your hands, opened, and then he grabs it from you. Like he just takes it. And he shoves it in his pocket.
Hey!
He looks at you, as you're making these sad noises, and he says, "What? It's not for you."
Fine.
It's not your mail.
You should get mail to them once a month from now on.
He like kind of looks at you suspiciously, like he's not entirely sure if you read it, because he hasn't read it yet, so he doesn't know the contents of it. But he just kind of like narrows his eyes at you, and he says, "Yeah, maybe I will," and then he goes back inside his tent.
Octavia has the bread recipe, so she's like, haha. And then she realizes, wait, I haven't heard back from Lothair yet, and I sent that letter before then. Shit.
Alright. After that, everyone else can start waking up. You guys can start, getting ready. It seems like the camp is waking up. Everyone's, starting to pack their things in order to get to Arwell.
I was the one doing the last watch, right? Because I think I switched out with Octavia.
Yeah, so probably as you asked, like, why, I was like, nothing. And she's, like, reading the letter.
Yep. Archibald's doing the hear no evil, see no evil, do no evil. It's like, I will. There's a look that says, I might ask you about that later, but I'm not going to narc on you.
Octavia nods, understanding. Yes.
By the way, the recipe for the bread, for everyone's knowledge, is normal bread making materials, so flour, whatever, etc. You can get those at any merchant. And then 3 herbs. And that's the part that gets stuff done, if you know what I mean.
Friends don't rat out friends for spying on their more dubious friends.
Friends don't rat out friends for reading each other's mail.
Octavia's just like, look, I saw my name there. Technically, it was for the attachment, but I did see my name listed.
You think I care about it? Go ahead. No. Please read it, actually. I saw nothing.
Does it make sense to post it in the main chat, right?
Yeah, you can either read it aloud or post it. It's up to you.
I don't think 5 minutes is enough time to read it aloud, but I will post it and just say like, when Godfrey's not listening, she gives the general gist to everyone.
Okay. Yeah, you can, someone can read it aloud just for, like, the video.
Oh, I'll read it aloud then
Yeah,
for the video.
But, yeah,
Okay.
you can summarize for others in-game.
Dear Godfried, with an attachment for Octavia, I think? You didn't tell me you had means of sending letters. I'd be furious if I wasn't so relieved. You know how afraid we were for you? I believed you were already dead. We'll be expecting letters now that you've sent one, so please try to make time at least once a month. I showed the paper to Millicent, and once she sipped it, she nearly ran your mother down in excitement. It was so cute.
Dougie.
Dougie. Everyone's fine here. Your mother is the same as ever, and I've been trying my hardest to keep her from trying to go out and do things, but you know how she is. I caught her coming back from the general store the other day. Coming back, as in she already left the house, walked down the mountain, gone to the store, and was now returning. That was a good day for her. She even asked where you were without expecting the answer to be school. She's been having a lot of ups and downs lately, and she definitely misses you, so, again, letters, please. I got some stuff down around the house. You'll be pleased to know that the flowers I planted last spring did not make it through the Silesian summer, so your garden is now dragonflower free. I've given up, but whatever weird plant you want there. Gardening is more trouble than it's worth. As for our other chores, aside from the usual daily stuff, I cleaned up some of the shelves and repaired the doghouse. I also cleaned the basement. Might's gone into some of your drafting paper, but I didn't throw anything out because I wasn't sure what's important. Other than that, I'm sure I did other things, but I've forgotten by now. I know it's half-hearted coming from a piece of paper, but please consider coming back home. We all miss you, and I know things aren't going the way you'd like, considering you said nothing about life-changing revelations in your letter. I know it's painful, but sometimes giving up the ghost is better. I'd rather you were here in the end instead of wandering around in the desert, or wherever you are now. It's not too late to turn around, I think. You still have time. Consider it, please. Your mother would especially like you to come back, even if it's only for one last time. That's my spiel, though. I know you're going to ignore it, but do keep in touch. If this magic paper can truly find you anywhere, then I'm going to have to get my hands on one somehow, since this page is being returned. Do you have more? If so, may I have one? Maybe I can get your mother to send something. She does seem curious as I write this over breakfast. Oh well, I have dishes to clean. Again, right back. You'll find the bread recipe your friend wanted attached. Thank you. Ropi Celino?
Alino.
P.S. Millicent wanted to make sure I told you this very important message from her. She says, woof. Smiley face.
I love that.
He is so cute. But I'm so sad. I didn't get to that latter part until I started reading it.
Woof.
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 Oh yeah,
Woof.
and like Sam said, the recipe: normal bread materials, 3 herbs.
She
I love
just straight up
how
put
Sam
drugs
doesn't
in.
know what's in bread, so she just says normal bread
Well, I
materials.
don't want to write like an actual bread recipe.
You can make bread out of different.
It's really not hard. It's like flour,
I've made
water.
bread before. I just didn't feel like
Yeah.
writing it. My internet is so bad. I couldn't get a sentence out.
No, okay,
Uh-huh.
that's fair enough. That's fair enough. I'm kind of the opposite. Like I had an assignment in school where we had to like bake bread and write an essay on it. I decided to make a brioche with just my hands and no stand mixer just
Oh no.
to be extra.
Yummy.
Yeah,
Amazing.
it went pretty well. But Yeah, that's how like Sam's like, bread shit, and I'm like, I'll make a brioche, even though literally I could make like a biscuit, which has 3 ingredients if I wanted, and I'd get an A.
Yum yum bread. All bread is good bread. That's my hot take.
Yep.
True.
All right. But now everyone's awake. Everyone has again started crawling out of their tents. Breaking down their tents, packing all their things because it looks like the group is getting ready to move to Arwell.
Yup. As soon as Godfrey gets his letter, Octavia goes to excuse me, goes to start packing up, but also gets, I think probably goes to Valente, be like, we should probably have a big breakfast before we go, right?
Valente here. Dwyer.
Oh, sorry, I spaced out. What'd you say?
Octavia goes to Valente and says, like, we should probably make breakfast before we go. I don't know time we're gonna be able to eat.
Yeah, that's a good point, especially considering we're not supposed to eat much there.
Uh-huh.
And then I can have myself and Godfrey check over everyone's masks,
Sure.
make sure that there's no holes or anything.
And make sure Godfrey wears a mask.
Oh yeah, if he doesn't, I'm not. That's no. Mm-mm.
Sounds good.
All right. Breakfast food that you can make in the wilderness.
Well, you're in a big tent. You're in like a big tent city, so
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
you're not in the middle of literally bumfuck nowhere. You're in the middle of a little bit bumfuck nowhere.
It's our own little bubble of civilization in the middle of bumfuck nowhere.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, I could just do like oatmeal,
Yum.
but I feel like that's a little bit too close to the sludge that Octavia prepares.
The sludge.
Why do you call it that? It's slurry.
No, it's sludge.
Fine.
I just think sludge is a better word.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, fucking oats, you know?
Got anything to put in the oats? Like dried fruit
Do we?
or spices?
I
I mean, actually, Octavia goes like, wait, I might have some spices. And she brings out like a clove of cinnamon and tosses it in there. Okay.
Nice.
Yum yum. Amalthea is immediately drawn towards the smell of something that's not just gray gunk. Even though, she loves gray gunk. Easily one of her
It's not
favorites.
great!
It's,
It's gone from gray gunk to tan gunk.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I'm not gonna argue with that one, I guess. But yeah, she's immediately drawn towards the smell of food. She holds her plate out once more, and Gare again has this metal mug that he's got from somewhere.
Yeah, Valve, feeds them.
Yum yum. They both give glowing reviews of this gunk. By
Val
that I mean
shrugs.
they both don't complain.
Yeah.
Octavia has hers and also. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say anyone else.
Yeah, does Archibald want some
Octavia has
gunk?
hers. Like, I'm hungry. I don't.
Yeah, I'm sure Edwin comes to get his slurry.
Yeah,
Technically, it's oatmeal today.
That's a
Yeah.
type of slurry, I feel
Delicious.
like.
Yeah.
I feel like oatmeal's a bit thick to be slurry.
Ew.
It's
Something about the words thick slurry does not do it for me.
It's more like a paste.
I don't want to eat anything that's called paste.
slop. It's slop.
Oh,
There we
You're
go.
just saying worse and worse words.
Hey, it's edible and it has some cinnamon in it.
True.
Yes.
What's Archibald up
Um,
to?
Good question. I was listening to the slurry conversation amusingly. I wasn't thinking that far ahead.
Cheppy's
Shit.
brain is still in off mode.
I mean,
What? Did
Dead.
you just cut out?
I think he did.
Cheppy, you cut out your mic.
I
No, there. Oh, hold on.
about what the internet chooses to be. Anyway, yeah, Archibald probably. Well, last session we did just get a big info dump about how our employer sort of left out the whole illegal border crossing thing to some
Yeah.
degree.
Mm-hmm.
So that's cool. So Archibald's probably back to paranoid. I'm watching everyone around us to see what's up, sort of mode, and also probably like I don't know, whatever's breakfast nearest, a little bit.
Yum yum. As you guys are eating and gathering, Godfrey also comes to eat and gather. He does kind of like does keep kind of giving Octavia like a side eye, like I know you read my letter because I read my letter and I know now. But
And Octavia's like, I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying
yeah,
anything.
it doesn't appear that that letter had anything like horrifying or secret in it. He's just not entirely cheesed with the fact that you had your hands on his stuff. But
I did not ask the bird to come to my tent. I'm sorry.
the bird got 2 names and he went to the tent with the less bad vibes.
I mean,
Oh, the bird is still here, by the way. The bird is
Oh.
sitting on the log like a person with its little feet sticking out.
Octavia tries to feed it some oatmeal.
Oh,
The
no,
bird pecks at the
I
oatmeal
was
and
gonna
then blinks at you.
I was going to say Val has already put some like actual dried oats in a bowl in front of the
Oh, okay.
bird.
That's probably better.
The bird pecks at the oats. It seems to enjoy them.
Yippee.
Do you want to send a letter back before we go?
Are you talking to
Octavia's talking to Godfrey.
Godfrey just kind of now realizing the bird is there after almost sitting on the bird. He just kind of
He's
stares.
just been hanging out.
He stares at the pigeon for a second, thinking very deeply before walking back and getting in his tent, assumingly to write a letter. He appears maybe like 5 minutes later, probably less, more like 2 minutes, after
my
writing what is
God.
clearly the world's shortest letter, that he barely folds before giving it to the bird and shooing it away, and then taking the bird's seat.
Does he move the oats before he does that?
He doesn't seem to notice the oats are there. The oats get knocked over.
Are you okay?
He looks up from his oatmeal, which he is just kind of like prodding and considering as if he hasn't asked, oh, is there meat in this? But he assumes that there isn't. So he's just kind of like, I don't know if I want to eat this. But he looks up at you specifically and he says, of course I'm fine. Why wouldn't I be?
It has cinnamon in it.
He gives you like a blank look, like why would that affect my decision regarding this oatmeal? But he does eat it.
It's good. Yeah. Also, can I do an insight check?
Sure, what are you inciting?
Basically, when he says, of course I'm okay, why wouldn't I be?
Okay.
It's probably not gonna be great, but we'll see if chance gives me.
Hold on. He needs... One second.
He has high
Counter
wisdom,
roll.
but it's deception. Okay, he has to do deception.
Well, it
Counter
depends
roll.
whether it's deception or something else, right?
Yeah. Do you want me to say mine?
Fuck. Yeah, go ahead.
11.
Yeah, you just steamrolled him. He's too busy eating oatmeal.
Amazing!
You just steamrolled him. He's too busy eating oatmeal.
Your boy rolled
It
a
was
3.
cinnamon. Oh my god.
Oh boy.
he's definitely like, he's not like closely guarding some like terrible wicked secret at the moment. Maybe he is, but not like consciously. That's not what he's thinking about. But he's definitely like trying to omit a fact by not talking about it. You're not sure what that fact is, but he is omitting it.
Octavia doesn't question further, but she notes that for later and finishes the rest of her oatmeal.
As you guys finish the rest of your oatmeal and begin to clean up, you notice that the merchant camp has started to move. It seems like they're like getting in a formation in order to enter the city. Then they're starting to march. It seems like, thin line, parties stay together sort of thing. There's room on the end for you guys.
Yeah, let's get moving. Everybody, tie your masks on. I will be looking at them to make sure they are secure because if any of you get sick, no.
It's gonna be okay if animals don't have coverings, right?
Everyone just kind of shrugs at that. They have no idea.
Well,
Oh.
fuck.
Well, when you brought in a horse or a wyvern before, have they gotten sick when they get out?
The people who are in front of you just kind of look at each other and they say, not really. To be honest, I don't really know anyone that's gotten sick. I mean, obviously, aside from people you meet who are already sick, But I don't know, maybe it doesn't affect animals? They're not big on animals there anyway, so it's not like I see much of them.
Okay, Octavia looks to Jupiter, is like, you're gonna stay close, okay?
Jupiter, like, you know that meme of, like, Homer Simpson's giant head, like, over Bart in the bed? Whenever he's, like, looking intently at you, please picture that. Like, his face just, like, inches away from yours. But yes, he does that. He seems to be intently listening, but he's got kind of a no thoughts head empty expression on his face. So who knows? He's listening, but at what?
Okay, how about I ride you for a bit? We're not gonna go flying. Ground transport for the moment.
Jupiter lets you up.
Cool.
All right, so a bunch of parties get in line behind you guys. You guys are not the last of everyone. You're kind of squarely in the middle. And as you march, it takes maybe half an hour to get close to the gates. And by the time you get close to the gates of this place, you can see that, yeah, she wasn't lying. Those walls can be very fortified. Gigantic stone nestled in between two mountains, probably impossible to climb given how smooth they are. Several 100 feet tall at the very least, and you can see that on the top of the wall there's people like with weapons, and you can see out of the corner of your eye in like one of the far corners there's a man on a dragon, just kind of like watching down below, like ready to swoop in at the first sign of danger.
I believe you mean a wyvern, right?
Aren't? Oh yeah, I guess I should. Yeah, a wyvern.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
Thracian wyvern riders are called Draco Knights. It's hard.
It's a slip of the tongue.
Yeah, but this isn't a.
Looks like just a
has
normal
radius
wyvern, just a
situation.
normal brown wyvern. There's a guy in armor on the top, or a girl, you don't know. They're completely covered in armor, including their head. But it seems to just be that one wyvern person, and a bunch of guards, and they're all just kind of at the top of the wall. You can see some of them have bows, but they're not like necessarily at the ready. They're just, in case their commander gives the order, they can attack, but it doesn't seem like they're, ready to do it at the exact moment. But the big double doors, big giant wooden gate doors are currently closed, and you can see that all the way at the front of the party, there is the leader, the older woman who gave sort of the intro last night. And she's talking to someone at the gate, one of the guards, and she's like, clearly explaining, like, here's who we are, we're the merchant party, yada yada yada, you heard about us, you know, let us in. This is obviously some sort of fairly constant production, you know, every couple months a merchant party will come through. And as she does, everyone at the front of the party begins to like step back. They maybe go back a couple 100 feet as the giant wooden doors slowly begin to creak open. And they're creaking open because there are two big like thick chain like reinforced ropes on like the, I guess, the handles of these giant doors. And those chains go all the way down and then into the ground where they disappear into the rock. And those chains, they open the door very slowly. You can hear the sound of it, and then suddenly you can see inside the city. It looks like you can't get a super great look at it right now because you're still, you know, a little bit far away. But it looks like stone buildings. You don't see a lot of people walking around, but you do see some. But yeah, the line starts to move. You can see that there's a bunch of guards in this doorway now, just kind of like they have like scrolls in their hands, and they're like writing down people's names, their occupations, that kind of thing. Normal like border security stuff, basically. So yeah, it takes a couple minutes before you guys get to the front of the line. Is there anything you want to do before it's time to state your name and business?
That's our plan. I should have known they took Tally. I'm going to say Octavia, Sir, and Mercenary. What else are you guys gonna say?
Probably just gonna say merchant.
Okay. But if they ask what you're selling,
Well, I do have a stack of books here, technically.
true.
Val says a mercenary escorting merchants.
Yep. That makes sense. Okay. Eric, Gottfried, Amalthea. Your points?
Amalthea looks at all of you and she says, I don't know what to say. Am I old enough to be a merchant?
I feel like you can just
Apprentice.
go with
Apprentice.
Yeah.
Apprentice.
Yeah.
Apprentice
You can be a
merchant.
mercenary apprentice or a merchant apprentice, whichever one you prefer. Just remember which one you are if they ask again.
She looks befuddled for a second before reaching into her pocket and pulling out a small gold coin. She flips it, and she says, I'll be a mercenary apprentice.
Okay, cool.
That way I
Volunteer's
can keep
mercenary apprentice.
my weapons.
Oh god, I hope they let us.
Gare also volunteers to be a mercenary apprentice before lowering his hand and then just changing that to mercenary.
Yeah. Sorry, bud. Yeah, that's probably the best.
Now I notice we're all going around here trying to come up with a story. But I gotta ask, are we not literally here as mercenaries? Is that not literally why we are here? Are we not being paid to be mercenaries right now? Like, is
guess
this
that's
not
true.
mercenary work?
Yeah.
Is this
But
our
the
choice?
problem is, are we mercenaries for the general merchants in this situation, or are we... Because I don't think they're going to be happy, or like, oh, we're merchants sent from a King Klaus of Finbar. I don't think they're going to be happy hearing that.
Yeah, this is true. I mean, yeah, merchants. The one flaw with that, I
Yeah.
guess, would be if they start asking merchant, like who in the merchant company, but we gave that
Val,
letter.
in a statement of pure honesty, goes, well, I mean, if Edwin's lying about being a merchant, I am literally here to escort him places. So I can just say him.
Yeah. And we could be the entourage.
Back
Yeah, I
to
was
the
just worried that too many mercenaries would be weird going in a place that people aren't really supposed to be fighting anyway.
We can just say that your family is very, very protective.
we've actually
Yeah.
had if I recall, we've had success with the whole escorting the rich kid before, so you know,
Yeah,
might as
those
well.
were two goons.
I happy to be your servant, my lord. And Archibald like bows halfway, not
Octavia
entirely
snorts.
respectfully. Well, we can't all be mercenaries. That'd be
I'm a
weird.
dancer and a mercenary. I got 2 firsts.
From the
Cool.
vague side of the party, you hear Godfried say, like, kind of muffled through his mask, which he is wearing,
Good.
but like in a way that clearly states that he doesn't want to be. He says, claiming to be a medic will get you into a remarkable amount of places.
Well, that's what you are, so that works out.
He
Val
shrugs.
makes a face of complete understanding. Like he suddenly understands exactly how everything in his life has led up to this moment.
Incredible.
The long game. Does anyone else still need a cover story? Are you guys still talking, or are you guys approaching the front of the line?
I guess we're approaching the front of the line.
All right, the people in
Yeah.
front of you. You can hear the.
I was gonna say if Edwin is carrying anything heavy, Archibald takes it and begins carrying it around like, fucking
Yeah.
manservant or whatever.
And I think Edwin should either be at the front of or in the center of the
No,
party.
you put him in this. You put the important rich boy in the center, obviously.
Yeah.
Edwin just
So that
like looks like incredibly embarrassed by this whole thing.
You're helping with the plan, Edwin. It's fine.
Hot potato.
I know.
We know you are completely capable, but this is part of the plan.
I know.
Poor guy. All right, the people in front of you, they get to the front of the line. The folks from, start asking questions. Like where you come from, what are you bringing with you? What's your occupation? But you notice that they are specifically asking, are any of you guys mages? And they say, no.
Uh-oh.
Why would we be mages? And they said, we're looking. We have a paid job for some mages. But they say, no, we're not mages. We're doing something else. And then
Oh, thank God.
they turn to you guys, and they
What?
they focus in on Valente first, probably because Valente is again like the oldest, and in general, people
Authority
seem to
figure.
think that the oldest person is in charge. So
He literally isn't. The
no, I
oldest,
know, but
though.
Yeah, but he has.
Garrett's got like the
Yes.
vibe of a 17-year-old who's out past his curfew, even when he's 50 something and it's the middle of the day.
Yeah.
Getting like the blood of how many 12 different dragons coursing
Eventually,
through your
the
veins does
immortality really do start to kick in. He don't have a single gray hair, bestie.
Lush.
Yeah, he's very lush. So they look at Valente and they say, "All right, where you guys from?" Oh,
Sorry, this is V.
Did he
Dwyer.
take-
I'm not. Dwyer is. Yeah.
If Valente like pauses there, Edwin probably just like picks a place at random and says like,
Val does not pause. I just as Dwyer was
Okay.
like
okay.
still giggling because I was like, oh shoot, I have to talk for this. Okay.
points at you.
I have to get,
Dwyer time.
Dark Souls
I have
pointing
to
emoji. Valente.
Yeah. No, I have to get Val's I don't give a shit about anything intonation now.
Vibes.
Luan.
All right. Reason for travel.
Kid behind us or us. The kid back there, he is selling things and his family is really fucking protective, so they hired a bunch of us.
Mercenaries then?
Pardon?
Mercenaries then?
Most of us, yes.
I see. And then he writes like a significant amount down on his paper, like more than just they are mercenaries. He asks for all of your names. Do any of you lie?
No.
Okay.
No.
Nobody lies. Oh.
Let's go. No.
Yeah, I wouldn't say Edwin gives his like last name or anything, but just mostly because it's not important.
Yeah. Okay, so nobody lies. Nobody lies.
Don't give my Octavia does not give her full name. She just gives her name.
Okay. Does anyone give their full name, or is
I
it
don't.
Val doesn't have a full
Archibald.
name.
Yeah, so
Archibald-
the assumption
Val's
don't
full
have
name is Valente. Period.
Yas? It's like
Archibald's full
Beyonce.
name is Archibald. Oh,
I forget. Does Edwin and Octavia have last names? Yeah, Octavia does, right?
Yeah, but Octavia does not give her last name. It's like, I don't know
Okay.
if they
Edwin,
know it.
remind me, Trikey, does Edwin have a last name or a middle name or any other
Uh,
names?
he has a last name that like his parents use for their business, but otherwise.
What is his last name? I totally forget what it is.
I think it was like Cartwright.
Okay.
Yeah.
Edwin Cartwright. Yeah, that sounds right. Okay.
that sounds like a rich kid merchant son.
It
Yeah.
do though, and it's
Yeah.
so perfect for him. Okay, so the guy writes all your names down. And he's sort of like making notes next to all of your names. You can tell, like he like writes a name and then he like looks at the person he's writing about, and then he like
Yeah.
writes a couple more things, like maybe just like a visual description. You're not entirely sure.
Yeah.
And he says, "All right, so a merchant and a group of mercenaries. Any mages among you? We have a paid offer for some mages. Just a quick visit."
Like you have a job that someone would be paying a mage for?
Yes. Our city leader has an item that needs to be looked at. We can't quite determine its use. We figure it might be
Oh.
magical in nature. We're more than
Well,
willing to pay.
Sure.
You are a mage?
Yeah, I mean, I know enough of magic at least. I could try.
We'll take trying. Here, once you come inside the city, wait by the wall. Don't follow anyone anywhere. We'll take you right to the job. It should be done in no more than an hour. And then he lets you all through. Are you waiting by the wall, or are you defying this
Yes.
guy's? Okay.
Yes, we're waiting for the
Money.
money. We might need money to pay off people.
Also, let's like volunteer our services unnecessarily and then immediately break our word in the first 10 seconds. Top
Especially
tier.
when we know that they have our names and visual identifiers written down.
Yeah, we walked in, gave them our names, say, yeah, we'll help, and then fucking ditch. Like the worst, while inside their walled city.
literally while
Worst
still in
plan.
eyesight of the guy. You just
Top-
run
top
away.
10 top 10 worst
funny.
plans.
There's tabletop parties that would do that exact thing. So I gotta ask.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I've been in
We're-
tabletop
we're
parties that
fairly
would do that
well-behaved.
exact thing. College. Anyways,
As they're still looking, can Octavia look around while they're still getting
of
things
course, I'm
sorted?
about to give you a description.
Oh.
As you go through the wall, and you're kind of looking around, the first thing you notice is another key detail about this wall. Hold on, I have to read it before I remember what it is. It's in my sheet. Okay, there are, as you saw when you walked in, there's guys on the top of the wall, there's a wyvern, and there's, all sort of wall-like structures. And as you'd expect, when you were outside, you noticed, I forgot to mention this, but you noticed, pretty standard, there's, like, siege stuff, like ballistas, like, get away from our city, that kind of thing, to be expected for, like, a super, high security location like this. But as you come inside, you notice that there are also ballistas and such pointed inwards at the city. In fact, they're not ballistas, but catapults. So, way stronger things are actually pointed towards the center of the city. And there are guards on the inside of the wall as well.
Sam, you really are pathological.
Oh, hold on. I gotta show the image.
Oh no.
I was like, is this gonna be an image from Pathologic?
Welcome. On Twitter the other day when I was like, oh yeah, this game is like FE4, Drakengard 1, and Pathologic had a weird ugly baby. I hadn't shown off the Pathologic part of the game yet.
What do you mean you had it? You gave us a weird man that makes panacea out of blood in like.
He's more of a
session whatever.
containment breach situation. He's in his
Yeah,
natural habitat. He's more of an invasive species.
As in yeah, right. As in like containment breach like SCP
Yeah.
or like
SCP Godfrey.
He has anthrax. in the
Teleports
air
behind
around
you,
him.
snaps your neck.
Yeah, I mean he is like assumedly causing us all to have weird dreams. So like I don't think SCP is that far off.
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
Yeah,
you know
they'd put him in a containment unit. For sure.
we've had a lot of SCPs, sir, but I admit we've never had one that literally and that's new.
What?
That's-
Sorry, you just cut out so bad.
Oh, did I?
Oh
Shit.
no, your
I-
joke
it was,
king.
it was a whole bit about a man who literally breathes anthrax and whatever. Go on.
Godfrey to anthrax breathing arc.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Admits it. He doesn't breathe.
He leaches anthrax into the atmosphere. Like,
That's not what leeching is it?
yeah, it can
Is
be.
it?
Yeah, it
Uh-huh,
means
you
taking
can't
in
use-
or expelling.
Why does English work like that?
Because it's a
Yeah.
bastard fucking language.
Yeah.
I
Anyways,
Could
mean,
be worse.
the word off
Could-
can mean on or off.
yeah.
Fuck.
Like the alarm went off.
Could
Yeah,
be
and-
worse. We could be French. Moving on.
Yeah, okay. As I was saying, the catapults, as you get to the back of the wall, you can see excuse-moi, the ballistas and catapults are both loaded. The ballistas are, loaded with, typical, long-range ballista bolts. They don't seem to be magical. But you can see, that the catapults are loaded with sharp, spiky rocks that are shining with magic. You're not entirely sure what kind of magic, but they're definitely not just granite.
Could I roll to see if I could tell what they are from here?
Of course you can. What would you like to roll?
Probably just general magic is fine.
General magic. Okay.
Did not get my dice out because I was a fool. 1 sec. Uh, 12.
12. Well, you definitely can tell these are magic. And based on the color of the light and sort of like the sparkle of it, you can guess that it's probably light magic.
Okay.
A combination of maybe light and, getting hit with one of those things would probably physically hurt you.
Yes.
But yeah, they're loaded. They're pointed towards the inside of the city for whatever reason. And as you begin to look out on the city, you can observe that it takes after the outside wall very deeply. So these buildings are thick, low to the ground, stone, and mostly without windows. A couple of them have like small vent-like windows at the top, sort of like what you'd expect from like a basement window. So just like a little bit that peeks out.
Mhm.
And a lot of the buildings are like connected to each other, like with stone. There's a lot of walls that prevent you from just wandering around. And you can see that the passers-by who live in this area, all of them seem to have disappeared. You saw people inside when the
Yeah.
door originally opened. You saw like the distant forms of people. But now the city is literally a ghost town. Everyone is gone.
I have a question.
Yeah. For God.
Yes, actually.
For me?
Either in context or you. Take your pick.
Okay.
Oh boy, it's time to rattle off theories about this. So, like, are there ghosts here? Right out the
Literally,
bat.
why would I answer that? You just got here.
No, I'm asking to roll for ghosts somehow.
Oh, okay. Let's do a perception. Let's do a perception check.
Okay, excuse me while I get out the
Jesus
dice.
Christ.
I forgot. Where the fuck did I
Chubby
put-
unhinged moments.
City of Ghosts.
Chubby
We
loves
need to give,
ghosts.
like a ghost.
Can we
ghost
roll to
detector or
figure out what kind
something.
of ghost is haunting my fucking Ethernet cord?
It's me! It was me all along!
It's you? Oh, how dare you. Get out of there.
Perception. Oh no. That's not good.
What is it?
That's not good at all. Well. Oh, I have a 0 mod now.
Is that worse or better than before?
That's an 8. Oh, it's no longer negative.
Oh,
But it's
you
it's still
don't,
an 8.
you extend your draconic senses, out towards the, small, cramped
I got an
plaza
8.
before you, and you sense absolutely no fucking ghosts at all. It
Yeah.
seems to be just an empty street. Weird, but not haunted, as far as you can tell.
I look.
City's haunted.
I'm gonna be upfront about this so everyone knows
everyone
why I'm
go a little bit
like
closer to the
playing
lamppost.
Archibald fucking deranged for the rest of this session. Aside from the fact that I'm fucking tired of shit in real life, uh, it is my no, it is Archibald's personal like little fear here that this is a like if it's not actually with all the stuff about the diseases, right, and how no one's actually seen anyone come in and then leave diseased, he's like, oh, please don't let this be like haunted or like full of dragons and hiding. Don't let this just be like some weird like monster colony just where they're all living in hiding. Don't let this be fucking like what's a good comparison here? I don't know. I don't what. No, not doing fucking Harry Potter comparisons. Fuck
That
that
Clive
franchise.
Barker novel thing.
I have no idea
I
what that
can't
is.
read.
Wow.
Yeah,
I
what's the
like.
name of it?
Yeah, but Archibald's like, God, I hope that this is actually like a disease colony on some level and not like we fucking walked into like, I don't know, a lich den or whatever for lack of, like, please don't let this be the place where all the vampires chill, you know?
Uh, sorry, you just completely sidetracked my brain. My brain is a potato today. But Archibald, you
Good.
sense no ghosts. You do see some doors that are like in the process of being closed. You hear them close. So it seems like whoever lives here just kind of went inside. It doesn't seem like, oh, they vanished. They just went inside because they don't like you. Um, but
Damn, was that one necessary at the end there? Go on.
fuck you. All the houses are exactly the same. There's very few differences by way of decorations. Some houses, some doors have like wreaths on them, I guess. Varying sort of color. Doesn't seem to be like a ritual thing. It seems to be more decoration. There's some like flower pots with varying degrees of aliveness to them. Most of them are dead, but it's the hot Thracian Eid remix summer. They're right in the middle of both. So, don't
Yeah.
expect too much from the local gardeners. But yeah, the only other notable thing is that sorry, my brain just made a error noise. The only other notable
You get that
thing,
checked out.
yeah, it's doing it in time with the internet connection now. Uh, the only other notable thing is that, oh, I remember what I was gonna say. As you guys stand to the side and other people begin to filter past you, you notice that groups of guards who are dressed a little bit differently. They're still wearing like the helmets and stuff, and these are like beat up old guard suits. They all wear red, so that's how you can tell they're sort of like a unified front instead of just like a group militia. But they all wear the same like sort of red clothes under their beat up steel armor. But they seem to be each guard seems to be going to a little group and then guiding them somewhere. And as you do this, you can recall that again, it's illegal for foreigners to travel without the I guess guidance of a local in the city. So this seems to be, the guide group who are wearing like these special robes on top of their armor. Like, oh, follow me, tour guide sort of vibe, but way more ominous. One of these people comes up to you and she just kind of looks at you through the eyes of her helm. She says, "Right this way, please."
We were told to wait because someone in our party is identifying something.
Identifying something. For who?
The leader of the city.
I see. All right, I will wait with you until that time. And then she just kind of turns around and stands in front of you with her hands behind her back, ignoring you.
Real friendly here.
As you guys are, just kind of looking out over the city, and it's like not cloudy out, it's kind of sunny, it's like not a super hot day as far as desert goes, so, you know, it's kind of temperate. Enjoying the sunshine, getting that tan or sunburn, whichever. You feel. Actually, can I get a perception check?
For everyone?
Yeah, for
Who
everyone.
has the best just everyone perception
Just everyone.
check?
Just everyone. I'm gonna do 3 for various non-playable
12.
characters.
Okie dokie. It's not bad. It's not bad.
Right. 1 second.
All good.
Gare notices something.
Of course he does. We'll
Godfrey
share with the
absolutely
group, though.
fucking notices something. Amalthea notices nothing.
Oh.
13.
As you guys, anyone above a 10, you feel.
I got a 10.
Okay, 10 or over.
Oh,
Anyone below a 10?
I got 12.
12.
You're both
Nice.
12.
Also,
Yeah.
you guys didn't hear anything I just said before the 12, right?
No, why were you
No.
talking?
Because I was tired and I realized I was actually mumbling out loud thoughts about like
Chep
what
thoughts.
was going on in the game, and then I realized my mic did the thing where it cut out. So my tired rambling is not.
Saved. No, it's
Yeah.
fine. You can ramble. But anyone who got a 12 or higher, which is everyone, I think, except for Amalthea. Amalthea is, again, just... She's got her hoodie over her face again, with one eye poking out. She's also wearing her mask, but she wants to be extra
Okay.
safe. So
Uh-huh.
she's not really noticing much. But the ground below you guys seems to, like, rumble slightly. Just, like, the tiniest bit. You feel just unshaky ground beneath your feet. Gare does, you know when a cat finds a zucchini behind them and then they flip their shit?
Yeah.
Gare kind of does
Uh-huh.
that, but then quickly calms himself. Like, this is a man who's maybe never had an experience with an earthquake before. Amalthea doesn't notice. She's standing on the grass, so maybe that dulled the shake of it a little bit. And Godfrey does seem to notice, but he doesn't really do anything aside from like look at the ground and shuffle around a little bit. Because it wasn't that much shaking. It was just a little bit. Enough that you notice.
Octavia looks to the guard. Did she react in any way?
The guard also like shuffled a little bit, but that could just be like she's moving around, you know, getting that blood flow going. She's not like turning around being like, run, it's all coming to. No, she's not doing that. She doesn't seem concerned.
Are earthquakes common around here?
Are you talking to her?
Yeah.
She looks back at you as if like kind of surprised that you're talking to her. And then she says, "Yes, very. Pay it no mind. They're not dangerous."
Okay. I was just thinking that explains.
It's a sturdy
The
city.
architecture.
It will not fall for a single shake in the ground.
Uh-huh.
But as she's talking, she turns back from you. You hear shouting along the top of the wall. And as you do, you see the Draco Knight lift off from the wall and start barking orders to his men. You can't exactly tell what he's saying, but he's pointing out towards the city. And if you were to look behind you, you'd see that the giant gates are closing and people are like struggling to get inside.
What's going on?
The woman turns around, looks at the gates, and frowns before just kind of looking between all of you and then grabbing Amalthea by the wrist and dragging her along away from the gate.
Okay. Okay, let's follow
Val
away from the gate.
Val
But
puts
What
his
the
palm
fuck?
on the pummel of Devonseer and starts walking very aggressively towards the woman who is dragging his child away from him.
Amalthea, whose face is still mostly obscured by her own machinations, just kind of like looks behind you, and she's just kind of a middle of a forehead, expanse of skin, because she's kind of been shoveled around, so she's kind of blind right now. But as you guys are walking away and you're noticing that the gates are slamming shut, leaving a lot of people still outside, you hear a loud roaring sound from beyond the wall. And from above you, ballistas begin to fire.
Does it sound like a familiar type of roar?
Would you like to make a check?
Will it be bestiary?
Yes, it will.
Oh god.
Well, give it a fucking shot, I guess. 6.
It's definitely a creature. Easily one of the creatures you've ever heard. But the roar sounds again, and you can hear that people are in fact screaming from the other side of the wall. And there's the sound of maybe battle, maybe carnage. You're not sure who's winning. But you get as you're looking around, you can see the I guess the top of wings clearing the wall, only for whatever it is to get a face full of magic rock directly to the mouth. And then whatever this roaring is stops immediately. And there's a whoomp sound as something very large hits the
Ugh.
ground.
That can't be good.
No. Octavia checks on Jupiter.
Jupiter's got that kind of like scared animal vibe. He's got like his tail between his legs. He doesn't quite know what's going on. He's been made very uncomfortable by the shaking ground. He's sort of a
Yeah.
sky creature, so the ground already
Sorry.
skeeves him out. And now it's
Uh-huh.
moving.
Octavia starts kind of stroking his. Sorry, buddy. If we took skyward without permission, I think they'd start shooting us. So I'm sorry.
He smashes
Garlic?
his face into your shoulder.
Oh, it's okay.
Garlic
It's
is
okay.
communicating with him.
Oh.
What is Garlic saying?
Garlic is saying, "Don't worry, I'm so good at hitting the ground with my feet. I'll tell it to stop. Don't worry, I got it."
Jupiter communicates back a long string of exclamation points, and then just in all lowercase letters, "Yes, that would be very nice. Thank you, please."
No.
Garlic starts like using his big old Clydesdale feet and stomping a little bit.
That seems to
Incredible.
calm Jupiter down, actually. Jupiter's like, man,
Great.
this guy's got it. This guy's got it under control.
Also,
That'll show
Garlic
him.
is Garlic is both like, I'm winning the fight against the ground, which is something that it is possible to achieve, and also like there was a battle and I didn't get to be in it.
You do notice, though, as things start to calm down, firstly, the lady releases Amalthea pretty much immediately after the creature is presumably shot down. She releases Amalthea and kind of like wipes her hand off, like, ooh, I just grabbed a little weirdo and I don't know where she's been. And Amalthea
We don't know where
like
you've
quickly
been.
turns around and like stumbles towards you in a profoundly zombie or mummy like way, because she's still kind of blind. But the woman dusts off her hands and says, "Nothing to worry about. Our defenses are impeccable."
Does this happen often?
You should expect to hear those sounds daily when visiting. Though I don't expect you'll be visiting long.
Huh.
And as you've been led a little bit further into the city, you notice that some of the buildings here are a little bit more flat and perhaps stepped on than others. But these buildings don't seem to be lived in. You don't see any furniture inside of them.
Okay.
Fun.
Uh-huh.
Who is this woman again?
She's
Who the fuck is this?
she's a guard, presumably one of like the tour guide guards, because she's wearing like special thing over her armor. I guess what do you call those? It's like a scarf, but like
Sash.
a sash. She's wearing a special sash over her armor. She's got a helmet on, so you can't really like see her face.
Insight check on her.
What are you inciting?
Is this woman here like the job she's dressed for? Is it actually her job, or is this someone
Okay.
doing? Is this person like a tour guide in the same way that we're in the same way that I'm currently Edwin's manservant.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh!
Oh,
Oh!
oh,
Oh, big number.
big number.
The
Insight.
noises that Cheppy makes when he rolls high are truly some of
I'd
sounds of all time.
Yeah.
I'd like to thank my grandfather for like the weird Eastern European grunting noises. The only way I can describe them. I don't know where
Oh,
they came from, but
gross.
it's a distinct. What? What? Don't make it weird.
I
It's a
have
fucking
to.
noise. It's a fucking noise.
I
It's
have
not.
to. But
Because
anyways,
Anyway,
what's your
the-
roll, King?
That's a 19.
A 19. Is that with your
Insight, yeah.
modifiers? Okay.
My modifier of 0, yes.
Yeah. The woman, she doesn't seem to have any ulterior motives. It seems like this is her job. Yeah, that was a little bit of a scare. She was a little close to the wall, which made her uncomfortable. But yeah, this is business as usual for her. She's just kind of waiting around for someone else to make you their problem.
All right. And head covered, you said, in a
Steel helmet.
steel helmet, face mask, and all that jazz, or
The helmet obscures her face. You cannot tell.
okay. Huh.
How tall is she?
Completely average height.
What's her build?
On the thinner side. She doesn't look like she's a combat person, maybe. She's, again, more of the tour guide, sort of.
Okay.
And no
Is
weapons on her?
She has a small knife on her belt, but it's sheathed.
Can I see her eyes?
If you get real close to her, you can. Again, she's wearing a helmet, and they're kind of, like, in there, like she's protected. Her entire face is protected. But if you want to get in real close...
Okay, I'm going to ask to make a. Sorry to, hug up to. I want to make another stupid
go
check.
No, it's
ahead, go
okay.
ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is great.
Going
Yeah.
off of the
Your
basis.
stupid checks make this campaign run.
Okay. Going off of our previously established basis that all the people related to wizards.
Wizards.
What the fuck franchise is? Lizards.
Lizards.
All the people related to lizards. I almost said wizards again. What the fuck? All of them we've established smell kind of weird. People can smell Archibald. Other dragons can smell Archibald from like fucking miles away. Archibald can smell them. I get honestly, there's sort of like an established scent to like the beasts or whatever too.
Mm-hmm.
Do I get that? Does Archibald get that
You
here?
sniffing? All right. Can I?
Yeah, I'm
Can
smelling
I get
this
like a
woman.
perception roll?
Okay. Also obligatory smell of a damp woman joke here.
Yeah, smell of a damp woman for sure, for sure. She's not damp.
that's-
She's dry.
That's really bad. That's a 3.
You take a big sniff in as stealthily as you can. It smells like, you catch whiffs of, like, dirt, grass, cobblestone, blood.
Whiff of blood. A lot of blood outside.
Yeah,
drifting
it's
outside
kind of
the-
wafting.
Oh no.
They haven't
there's
opened.
a-
They haven't opened the gate and don't look like they're intending it anytime
I'm
soon.
getting a lot of blood, but not necessarily from her.
Yeah,
From-
you can't really pick her scent out between everything else that's going on. You're in a new place. There's a lot of new smells.
So
She's just kind of staring at you, like, bro, you just sniffed me.
So. Huh. Well, this sucks.
Are you saying that, Archibald, or is Cheppy saying that?
Archibald is saying that, looking over at the, recently closed gate and, from his perspective, smell of blood and lizard.
As you look over at the gate, you do notice, you can hear the sound of people maybe, like, hammering on the gate with weapons and stuff, but the gate does not open.
Oh, dear. Are they... They're not going to be okay out there, are they?
Who are you asking?
I do ask her that. It's like, hey, they're
The woman looks at you.
It's not accusatory the way he asks it. It's a like, they're like fucked, aren't they?
The woman looks at you kind of like derisively, like, what do you know, fuckboy? Before answering that, well, they're making sounds loud enough to hammer on the door, which means they're alive and that creature's dead, so they'll probably be fine if they keep their heads on straight. The survivors, at least.
Oh yeah.
And then she makes like a comment under her breath of like all sorts of things crawling out of places these days.
Archibald says nothing because he did.
Archibald, like, yeah, hashtag relatable. I do be crawling out of
Dirt.
places, dough.
He didn't crawl out. We dragged him out, and his claws were digging into the
He
ground.
did
as
a little
we
crawling
so.
first.
Yeah. We
This
did
is
a
true.
little
He
bit.
crawled
Little
into
backstory-based
he
crawl.
crawled into a place, and then we dragged him out, unwillingly.
We do a little crawling.
Yeah.
But the woman just kind of stands around, and the guards from this very startlingly short battle, like under 60 seconds battle, start to emerge into the city from where they were in the walls, opening doors and exiting, and they all look like surprisingly unfazed by this.
I mean, yeah.
They're kind of just like dusting their hands off, like another day at the creature murder factory. And one of them does come up to you, and it's obviously the same guy as before. You recognize his voice as he talks to you, and he says, "Are you ready to go visit the leader?"
Sure. Is it dead?
Yeah.
What, that creature?
Yeah.
Probably. Enough that you needn't worry.
Okay.
And he is like splattered with blood.
Good for him.
I'm
Girl
kind of
boss.
thinking like I'm not gonna even ask which blood that's from. I don't want to know.
But the man begins to lead you through the city, and as you go through the city, you pass by more of these big, thick stone houses, and some of these dilapidated ones. And the dilapidated ones don't seem to be very common, but there's enough of them where one might be suspicious as to their origin. Hold on. As
Octavia looks, she's just like her expression is getting more and more grim.
More and more grim. As you walk along, you do pass one different building, and that is a stable. In the stable, it is completely empty aside from one stall. It's kind of like an open stable, so you can see in as you walk by. And there's a worker there. He's also kind of bundled up in red fabric. You can see that he is not wearing a mask over his nose. He looks kind of tired. He's like leaning against a rake or a shovel or whatever. Clearly a long day of muck and poop or whatever. But only one of the
Yeah.
stalls is filled, and inside that stall is a wyvern.
Does it look healthy?
It looks pissed as fuck.
Huh.
It's got a muzzle on its mouth.
What's wrong with this
And-
guy?
Can Jupiter and Garlic communicate?
Communicate?
Probably. If Garlic would like to send out a DM.
Yeah. Garlic is like, holy fuck. They de-teethed you.
The wyvern obviously can't speak in its wyvern tongue because it, again, muzzled. But it does look at Garlic and like snort angrily as it thwaps its tail against the bottom of the stall. And I didn't mention this before, but just as a note, this wyvern is strawberry pink.
Cute.
Aw.
Yes.
It's huge as fuck. It's massive.
Fuck yes.
Cute.
And it's
I love
covered
this
in
guy.
spikes. And its eyes are
Fuck yeah.
red.
Oh god, something happened to you, buddy. Oh no.
It's literally like triple the size of Jupiter.
What's
I love
Man.
this wyvern.
Garlic is like, This is a crime. Why they put you in the house, but they didn't let you? Oh, this is bad.
The wyvern snorts and stomps in agreement, trying to like unfurl its wings, only to thwap them against the rafters of the stall.
Garlic
Is-
is not pleased, and he turns to Jupiter and says, "I mean, big and Spike, but mean,
Jupiter
right?
agrees.
Like, this is mean."
Jupiter agrees. All lowercase once again. Big and Spike.
I'm just imagining Jupiter speaking in Animal Crossing voice.
Yeah, no, that's literally imagine that. Perfect.
Yes.
Jupiter's an Animal Crossing character that's seen combat. he was in the war.
Garlic's like, beep sound that comes when text appears is much closer to Alphys.
Oh.
Oh, Alphys, yeah.
Yeah, like
Nice.
it's a little bit if like if you took Alphys's like just a little bit annoying like tech beep sound and pitched it down slightly, and
Yeah,
that's Garlic's.
That's Garlic. This is such an
Yeah.
important detail, like for real.
Yeah.
Like I already knew Garlic, but now I feel like I've known him my whole life. Garlic is like a brother to me. Anyways,
He is.
this wyvern
loves
does not
you.
have a tech beep sound yet because his mouth is spell of shut the fuck up. But
Mhm.
he tries to roar and does like the motions of roaring where like he sticks his neck out and like poofs out his wings and swings his tail around, but obviously no sound comes out because his mouth is duct tape shut. The stable worker wakes up from his like drowsy sort of nap, cracks open an eye, and like kind of wiggles the rake in this wyvern's direction, like
Hey.
go back to sleep, you beast.
Octavia, there's like, hey, what the hell, man?
The stable worker catches sight of you guys, frowns deeply, and then disappears inside the stable.
Hey!
Inside like the walled office area.
Octavia turns to the dude. Dude, is the woman still here?
Yeah, she's no, she's not here. The woman has left.
God damn it, there's only one person.
It's this guard dude now, the blood-covered guard.
Right.
What the hell was that? Octavia asks the guard.
The guard grunts and he says, "The locals don't like talking to outsiders. You're a stranger. Why should he answer to you?"
Yeah, but what the hell's up with the wyvern muzzled?
It's a dangerous critter. Bit one of its new handlers. We'll train it
Okay.
in time.
Was the wyvern kept in a stall that was big enough for it? Because it's clearly not being so right now.
We don't have the building material or something like that. If we decide to keep it, we'll fix it up. If not, we'll shoo it away. Or eat it. It's pretty big. Could feed a lot.
I'm
Food's
just
hard to
saying,
come
if
by
you're-
around these parts.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying, if you're like, wow, this beast is treating us poorly and
Oh, it
biting
treated us
and then
poorly
you-
before we put it in that stall.
Was it previously in a stall that was too small for it?
Hell if I know how its previous owner treated it.
Animals, okay. Animals only ever bite their owners when they are very upset and trying to communicate something.
Yes, well,
I-
we're pretty upset and trying to communicate something with it, so maybe it should just sit down and learn to shut up.
From the moment that he mentioned offhandedly just maybe eating it, Archibald has been giving Godfried a non-stop look, waiting for him to look back. It's not accusatory or something, which is what most stares at Godfried are in this campaign. It's more just at the eating it bit, just looking for confirmation of. So you heard that too, right? Like, this is gonna be fucked. right? Like that.
Godfrey does
You-
notice that you're looking at him, but he doesn't
you-
seem to understand why. Like, he makes an expression like, why are you looking at me? I didn't say I was gonna
Archibald's
eat
up.
it.
Yeah, I know. I know. Archibald's eyes do like just sort of do what his hands can't while he's doing just like a gesture at all around us, like the entire city, like the place that we are. This man casually just like, let's eat a lizard, knowing what we know about lizards.
Yeah, it's
Especially
like,
wizards that
oh,
are
I
weird and
understand.
spiky.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you could, if we didn't know what we knew, it's like, oh, it'd be like the wyvern farm. I'm like, no, you don't know where that wyvern's been.
Godfrey, in response to your, sort of eyeball gestures, shrugs and shakes his head a little bit, like, dismissing your worries.
This
Yeah,
man
Val
is
seems
the
to realize. Val seems to realize that these people aren't going to listen to anything she has to say, and are a little bit like, we know more than you, which. So he decides not to waste his energy, but he
Octavia
looks
goes to
pissy about it.
Octavia goes up to Valente.
Mm.
What if we bought it?
Okay.
For who? Yeah,
Man.
look, I
We can always come back.
want to get
Yeah.
I want to get the poor thing out of there as much as anyone, but getting it out and then setting it free isn't going to do it much good. And then Val gestures to in the general direction of the aid. I mean, you saw. I mean, look,
Yeah.
it's especially since it's abnormally large. I don't. If we can't feed it and take care of it, I don't want to move it from one bad situation to another.
Yeah. I know.
God, what to even do in this situation? That's not.
We should probably just keep going to see where this whatever guy is going to take us.
Yeah.
Archibald is torn because on one hand he's supposed to be the manservant who stands there and shuts up. On the other hand, he has questions about the size of that lizard.
It big.
He can like whisper them to Edwin, and then Edwin asks them.
Okay, I like that plan. I was actually considering that, but was like too tired to fucking process it. Yeah, well, Archibald clears his throat, leans over into Edwin's ear visibly and whispers something very Butler style, holding all the like shit he's got carrying from Edwin in the other arm as he does so, just into his ear. Just like, hey, ask them about whether that's normal for this region, how unnaturally large. We've never seen a lizard that big, a wyvern of that size before. Are they all like that here?
Yeah, Edwin like I'm sure he like raises his hand for him and then remembers that this is not a universal gesture. Um, and then
Edwin's just like at the
asks
back
his
of the
question,
party,
which
his
is
hand in the air.
and then he's like, "Oh, is that how big wyverns usually are here?"
The guard snorts and shakes his head and says, hell no. The foreigners from a little bit southward brought it. They don't grow
Oh,
that big in Thracia. Besides, Thracian wyverns are brown.
yeah, okay. Just curious.
I forget. Would Jupiter be considered like a Thracian
He is-
breed of
He's,
wyvern?
he's a little bit on the small side, and he's a little bit lighter in color, but he's definitely like a Jugdral wyvern.
Mm-hmm.
And as the big dragon in the pen rears up on its hind legs again, It kind of attempts to worm its way out of the stall a little bit through the front. It's not quite small enough to do that, but as it does that, you can see that it is not, in fact, a wyvern. It has 2 front arms.
Oh my god! It
Okay,
is a
so when I thought of
dragon.
Ina, I wasn't that far off. All right.
It
Why
has
does it have
wings.
You got
arms?
It has
you guys.
big pink wings.
Val immediately goes,
uh,
"Wait, you have a whole ass dragon? Like that's just a dragon?"
The man looks at the thing and he says, "Well, yeah, look at it. Look at that thing."
What gives you the authority to own this thing?
Well, we shot
Not
down
you
its rider,
specifically.
didn't we? That means the creature's ours.
Okay. Val has an expression like, "Oh, I don't." There's a lot of things I could say right now, but I'm not
Yeah.
going to say any of them. And
Hey.
instead, I'm going to look at my friends with this expression as if to say, "Yeah," so that they understand that I am that we are all experiencing the same emotion right now.
Yeah.
Hey,
I,
Samantha.
yeah.
Yes, Cheppy?
I think Edwin is like, let's just get to our destination, and deal with that first.
Hey, Samantha.
Yes. Would you like to make a chap? A chap! A
Hi.
chap!
Hi.
Chap check. It's a chap check.
A chap check! Would you like to make a chap check?
Well, first, because I don't know if you'll just give me this information because of my character. What flavor of dragon is that?
You're gonna have to make some sort of check for that. Bestiary, maybe?
So, which would imply that it's not just like, because like if it were just a divine dragon, just a dragon, which is not, it's not a dragon, I would know that, right? Like it's.
Mm-hmm.
Earth dragons don't have wings.
I know that's yeah, I know that's why I say no, it's not an earth. But like, Archibald's familiar with like the basic bitch versions of dragons because it's like why when you walk outside and you're like familiar with
That's
what
like
looks
Uncle
like a cat.
Greg right there.
Yeah, it's like what looks like a cat or a dog or a squirrel. If he has to roll for it, I don't like the implication.
Mm-hmm.
Bestiary, you said?
Yep.
Yes?
Yeah, go ahead. Yes.
Okay. I think you're cutting out on your reply sometimes.
Yes! Correct!
I heard you the first time. 15. 15.
15? Well, it's very easy to tell that this is, in fact, not any sort of Manakee. But you have seen this a couple times before, and you know that, perhaps this is a different type of dragon. Perhaps a cousin of the wyvern, specifically, born and raised in the area known as Macedon. This is what they ride.
Macedon?
Why the hell is a Macedon mount in
A
Thracia?
it's pronounced I believe it's
Macedon.
Macedonian.
Yeah, that would be the, yeah.
Macedonian mount in Thracia.
Archibald will do the thing again where he leans into excuse me, sire. And leans in and whispers in his ear. That's a Macedonian breed of wyvern. They are very big, and the question of what one is even doing here is I have no fucking idea.
The second Archibald says Macedonian, recognition sparks in Val's eyes because, oh yeah, he knows about other countries. The things
Macedon.
that they use
I've
for
heard
war.
of it.
Yeah.
Macedon, he's been there, and he actually has personally seen their wyverns. So he was like, "Oh yeah, I know what this is."
Valente recognizes them, but Valente, you do notice that the color is a little bit strange. Macedonian wyverns are usually green or red. Or black, rarely.
Do they have
Yeah.
spines?
Yes. Big
Cool.
spiky boys.
Val says, I think this one's a hybrid of some sort. They're not supposed to be this light in color.
I guess also that comment was whispered into Edwin's ear. So now
Oh.
no, but this is good because now it's just like a weird huddle with Val, Archibald, and like we're playing like telephone through Edwin's ears, just whispering.
Sorry, can you
Yeah.
tell me what the comment was? I had to mute for a second to figure out dinner. What
Oh,
did Archibald say?
that's a Macedonian wyvern. They're very large and spiky, and who knows what it's doing here.
Okay, Edwin's just like, oh.
Edwin,
Yep,
have
he's
you
like,
ever
yeah,
seen a
that's it.
Macedonian wyvern? Have any of you, other than Valente and Archibald?
I don't
I
think Edwin
think-
would have.
I think Octavia might have, but she never got too close because I think it was probably just be like another border patrol that it's kind of like I don't have the right papers, so I'm gonna avoid this.
Classic Octavia.
Yeah.
But All right. Yeah. Anyways, continue. Sorry, I was just curious.
Oh.
Get out of here, Adobe
Hmm.
Creative Cloud.
Fuck you.
I like how we were
Create
scared for a moment that that thing was sentient. Or not sentient.
We
but,
were,
like,
but then we're like,
sentient.
oh, it just has the arms. It just has the little stubby arms.
Yeah. How much can Val say without revealing too much?
We can also talk about it later when we're done with this like task.
No, he wants to
Um,
talk to the guy to get the wyvern
Oh.
into not this shit situation.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna do a bestiary roll to see how much Val knows about Macedonian wyvern training,
Mm-hmm.
which is he's not great at it. So
This is
that's a solid 8.
A solid 8. As far as you're aware, Macedonian wyverns are just like any other mount, in the ways that you like basic care. You know, give them enough food to eat, enough space to roam. You vaguely know that in general, Macedonian wyverns are not kept in like pens like this. Usually, they're more of like field animals that are trained like so impeccably well that they just know to come back home. They're very, very smart animals. Like crazy smart. So you know they know who their master is, and they form like very strong bonds with their master. So this one's pissed, probably
No,
for reasons.
Valente immediately says, "Oh, actually, I recognize. Now that I can see the front legs, I can recognize the form of wyvern this is. Yeah, they bait someone because they're extremely loyal and they're mad that you killed that person.
The guard snores and says, "Who said anything about killing?"
You did. You said you
Not
shot
sure.
down their rider.
Die.
People can fall a remarkable amount of height before they die, you know. Besides,
Okay, then
wyverns
he's-
tend to catch the air on the way down.
okay. He's still mad.
Well, obviously, but he's going to have to get over it unless he wants to be someone's lunch.
He's not gonna get
what
over
happened
it
to
unless
the
you change something with the stable.
Macedonian
hap-
wyverns don't get over it.
Well, I'm fine with that. I'm feeling rather hungry myself.
Sorry,
Okay
Edwin.
then.
Sorry, Trike.
Clearly,
go ahead.
everything we say isn't gonna get through to you. Yes, Edwin.
what happened to the rider? Are they here?
I assume imprisoned. That's not really my area.
Oh, okay. I was just curious.
It's very illegal to fly over Arwell. You're not allowed to cross through the city, under, through, or over. Anyone should know that.
All right. Yeah, I mean that makes sense.
If they're from another continent?
Ignorance of the law does not mean you can
Wait.
break the law.
Yes, that's actually in most charters or whatever. I'm just saying, you're like everyone should know that. Macedon is in another continent.
If
No.
you see a giant
but-
city with massive fortified walls and turrets pointed in every direction, or I guess ballista pointed in every direction, surely you should know that flying over the top is a terrible idea. Only she is to blame for her own foolishness.
Macedonians are a different kind of soldier, I'll tell you that much.
I can tell. They're mouthy.
Val
don't think we're
snorts
gonna get
fondly.
any.
Oh?
Yeah, Edwin's like, yeah, let's go. Can I just leave a note to be like, don't eat it?
Yeah, you
Please.
can leave a note. Who says whether they'll listen to it?
Octavia still writes a note and is like, please don't eat. We'll come back for later bargaining details.
The
There.
guard just kind of like looks at you bemused as you leave this little note, like, oh, that's so cute. She's trying to help this fucking thing.
Octavia's like a little bit offended, but she's not trying. She doesn't comment on the look.
But the guy, as soon as you're done writing that note and putting it somewhere on the stable, I assume where the stable keeper can find it, he turns around and begins to walk away from the stable.
Yep.
Like, we've had enough
going.
dilly-dallying here. And while he walks away, I gotta pee, because I just drank a whole thing of vitamin water.
Oh my god.
Alright.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I know, right? I'm vitamins, so many in me.
Yeah.
Alright,
Oh,
5-minute break.
that's great timing. My food is 1 minute away. I will
Alright,
be back.
5-minute break for food and piss.
Piss.
Ooh.
Hello. Oh, it's
Hello.
no, it's not just me. Right as I went to start monologuing, okay,
I
fine.
heard the small hello underneath my music. I'm like, oh, okay. Hello.
So step 1, steal giant wyvern. Step 2, everyone get on the wyvern. 3, cross border.
The thing is, we do still have to get garlic out.
Yeah, this is my plan.
Look at how big
Wait.
this thing is.
Okay, no, guys, this is my plan. I have a plan.
Okay.
I have an idea,
Okay.
but this is only if things go well with the magic thing. If Edwin succeeds or our group succeeds in doing this task, and the person we're doing the task for asks, okay, what do you want? We could just say, we want the wyvern in that stable and its rider released into our custody.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Or at least we could say like we want to meet them if releasing them is too much.
Is the rider actually like alive or?
Well, it sounds like
Yeah,
they
yeah.
off, so they still speak.
They said she's in prison, probably.
Probably.
Oh, do you think she has art? Do you think she has Sam art?
I don't know. I
Do
mean,
I
I
have
think
to
we're
go
gonna
to-
find out, but she does have a pink wyvern, so like
it's
probably.
pretty, pretty noticeable.
Sam would totally make a pink dragon. Yeah, no, of course.
I'm
And
into
I'm
it.
just, yeah, and I'm just thinking, well, Sam did say that she had 2 arts for us to look at.
Yeah. One is the wyvern. No, I'm joking.
No, I'm.
I thought it would be. I thought that she was
It would be
kind
the
of
guard,
teasing.
yeah.
Yeah, I thought it would be the. If not
Okay.
this guy we're talking to, that woman who she deliberately mentioned several times completely had her face hidden.
What's up?
Like that's the.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah.
discussing your plans behind your back.
My plans? Oh, the only one
We're
who knows
Yeah.
my plans is me.
We
We're
know that's
discussing
the
the
problem.
And even
possible
then-
Secret.
who is the revealed NPC art? Because he said he had 2.
I got
We're
2
just
in
like,
this doc.
Oh wait. I've got this idea right now, born of years of going to college and having to work alongside artists. What we do, right, is
Oh no.
now that we know she's got NPC art, I wonder if we could hold the idea of like, I wonder, Sam, what if we just deliberately walked by and just didn't go find them?
Well, you've
Well-
done that
well-
like 5 times already in the campaign, so
Ah,
don't
damn.
worry, bestie. I got him on. I got
Yeah.
him on me.
yeah.
That would not affect
So-
me. You already have everybody important so far that you need.
It'd be
I
really
see.
funny when we get access, like you say, we're gonna get potential access to just warping all around, and we're just like, gotta catch up.
Gotta go back to all the places we were and just, fill out our barracks.
Hi.
Fill out my
Sorry.
call
I-
list. What's up?
No, it's fine.
I went to get my food. I see the man turning around and leaving, and I'm like, no, where's my food? Because it's not my front door. And so I'm in barefoot. It's raining.
Oh no,
walk-
did you get it?
I walk over to the neighbor's house, and I'm like, my Chipotle! And I got it,
Oh
but
no,
I'm wet.
that's why I always whenever I order DoorDash, I sit in the window like a little creep.
I
What?
no, I for real. I mean, I
Like a little
saw the
freak?
delivery driver.
I
It was like, no,
I watch
Chipotle.
them to make sure they're going to the right door so I can jump and be like, no, my burrito.
Yeah. I
The other funny part was that the person that lived across from my neighbor was driving away from their house at the exact moment I walk up to my neighbor's door,
Oh, no.
grab a bag of food, and leave.
Oh no.
They just kind of stared at me and then left, and I was like, it's my Chipotle.
My
Unfortunately,
Chipotle.
if the person had asked, I wouldn't have been able to I would have had to show my phone, the app saying look, this is my order.
Yeah.
But it's not my name on there. It's not my government name on there. So
Yeah.
Hold on, sorry. I found a find the lizard post on Twitter and I'm trying to find the fucking lizard.
Oh
Okay,
my
I'll do
gosh.
this later. Sorry, these posts are
Uh-huh.
like
That's what
addictive.
we're
I found
doing.
Okay, we're good.
That's every tabletop session for me.
Yeah. Okay.
It's out there somewhere.
He's out there. You want to believe. All right.
Uh-huh.
Where were we? Oh yeah, you were turning away from the stable. Let me just scroll a little bit. All right, as you walk, you notice that the buildings aren't getting any different, but you do pass over what seems to be a big door, burrowed into the road. A big 10-foot by 10-foot massive trap door that doesn't seem to have any opening or any means of opening it. But as you walk over it, you hear hollow sounds, so it's clearly quite a drop underneath. But this guy, he just keeps walking. He does not give a shit.
Wait, what did you just say when he said he doesn't give a shit? I'm sorry, I blanked out.
I said, did you hear any of that?
No.
Okay.
No,
No,
you didn't blank out. My brain blanked
Oh yeah,
out.
I was gonna say it's fucking my internet.
No,
No, I
you're fine.
said this guy leads you down the road, and as he walks, he leads you over this big 10-foot by 10-foot, what appears to be trap door embedded into the road. But he doesn't comment on it or anything. The door doesn't have a handle to open it with. Not to mention it's massive, so it's probably too heavy. But he just walks over it.
That's a fucking pit if I've ever seen one.
Octavia, sees as they walk by if she can hear anything underneath.
You hear the thump 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 of your feet against hollow wood, separating you from who knows how long of a drop underneath.
Okay.
Body disposal pit.
Have you ever walked
Where do
over
we
a
go?
grate in like New York City and then you're like, man, I'm gonna die?
Yeah.
This is
like,
gonna fall
how
out
big
under
are
me
these?
specifically, and then the rats will eat me. New York City's fun.
That's
It is.
what
It
our
sure is.
body disposal pit. Also, that's not a pave. Is it a paved road, by the way?
It's a cobblestone. It's stone. So
Because Archibald's thinking if we needed to make a quick escape, I could jump down that and like tunnel my way out of the city. But
You don't know how deep that is.
yeah.
yeah,
As
doesn't
he's
matter.
starting to turn some corners and walk, a much larger building than all the rest come into view. The rest of the buildings, like I said, have been low, kind of flat, very square, and very like just compact looking. This one is much bigger. It's a giant granite cube in the middle of what appears to be the only town square, which is again quite cramped. They don't really like open
Are
spaces.
you like?
Sam, it's one
you
of
are-
your favorite movies.
Is
Cube.
this? Are you just doing a fucking tour of your brain today? Like what the
Yeah,
fuck?
the big
Like
granite cube that lives in my head.
all the fucking the plague stuff. I'm like, yeah, sure. And then we get to fucking stone
Chevy,
cube.
this
Like,
campaign is a scenic tour of my brain.
This is no reason to be here other than your specific love of ominous stone cubes. Like this is your part of your.
Listen, I love cubes, and now you're gonna love them too, whether you want to or not.
I just got back. I just got back from a trip to Pennsylvania like 2 hours before this, which is why I'm so delirious in playing tonight. For the record, and we went to visit a glass museum in like southern New York, and they just had an ominous black cube as one of the sculptures. I was like,
How big was the cube?
it was it must have it was like decently tall, like 3, 4 feet. It was on a plinth, so it's kind of hard to tell, but it was like somewhere between 3 to 4 feet, like side length. So
Is
what
made
am
out
I
of
doing?
glass?
I have a photo of a cube. Continue playing while I post a photo of it.
Yeah, so you
Big
come
cube.
upon this gigantic cube, whereas most of the houses are one or, as a stretch, 2 stories tall. This one is maybe 4 or 5 stories tall. And instead of having tiny little horizontal windows along the top, it's got massive, long, sort of like slit windows around the whole thing that starts from the top to the bottom. Everywhere except for where there's the door.
Cube brutalist architecture.
Yeah, brutalist cube. Yeah, wow, this really is a tour of my brain. I apologize. Unfiltered Sam right here. Pure unfiltered Sam. Listen, it's the heat wave. It activated something in me. My love of brutalism. He approaches the cube, and he goes to reach for the wooden double doors, which are both plain, with an iron doorknob. And hold on 1 second, please. The doorknob glows green when he touches it.
The pot's fun.
And he opens it. He opens the door, and it creaks open, revealing a big open space inside. In this space, 1 second, I gotta scroll fucking back down again. In this space, there is a bunch of, there's no like side rooms. It seems to be just be one big fucking room that's very tall. So the stories was a lie. That it's just one room, one very tall story.
Yeah.
And there's a bunch of like wooden chairs, sort of around the edges, the sides of the room, and they're not wooden, big stone blocks serving as like benches in the center. The setup kind of reminds you of a church of some sort, and the big marble table with a statue at the end of it really is lending itself to that particular description. There's some
this
people in
feels
here
familiar.
sitting in chairs, sitting on these benches, etc., milling around. He opens the door for you, leading you inside.
Is it big enough for Garlic and
No,
Jupiter to...
no, the door is not big enough for critters.
Is it a... Are they gonna be
You guys-
okay if we leave them outside?
Without saying anything, the guard points to a wooden post outside with like hooks on it, clearly meant for like, all right, if you have a creature, leave it at the door.
Okay.
Archibald pauses and clears his throat, serpent style. He's like, "Sir, if you wish, I could remain out here and watch the." I don't know why he's like slightly. I don't know if he's like 5% more British doing the servant
Gosh.
thing, but okay, sure. Sir, I don't know. Would you prefer for me to stay out and watch over the animals, or if the town
Edwin
permits?
like whispers to him like, "Do you? Is that an actual question, or are you just being polite?"
Archibald whispers back, "No, I'm actually offering. I don't mind the concept of standing out here and watching the town, if they allow me." Uh,
Sure, yeah. Why don't you watch them then? In
I
a
look.
Edwin says in a louder voice, that isn't just whispered to Archibald.
Archibald turns and looks deliberately at our guide slash asshole who's leading us around to see if
He's probably not
it,
having a good day filled with blood.
yeah, but he gives him a deliberate like, is that permitted, sir? Sort of look. And like
The
you heard what
the guy sort of like gives you kind of a stink eye, and he says, "Don't move from that spot. If you do, you'll be arrested."
yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
And he allows you to go. I'm gonna stick with Inside Gang for now, and then Archibald will go to you. Sound good?
I'm doing it again. I'm going off alone to do something stupid.
That's okay. You're allowed.
Octavia, like pats Jupiter's snout before she goes like, if anyone tries to touch you, bite them.
Jupiter doesn't seem to understand, but he does kind of like mouth at your hand a little bit, like bite? Question mark.
Yeah, kind of like that, but yeah. And then she looks purposefully at Archibald, like, watch over them.
Yes, ma'am.
Val does not seem concerned about Garlic at all, because Garlic is the kind of horse to start fights.
But Jupiter is not, and she's trying to be like, buddy, you gotta defend yourself. I know Garlic is here, and he's a Chad horse, but if need be, you gotta defend yourself.
He's just a little guy. Animal Crossing noises.
Just
Yes.
a little guy.
He's just a little guy.
All right, Inside Gang. You are now in this big stone building. Would you like to do anything before I do things to you?
Are we allowed to go check out the shrine?
You can do whatever you want.
I would like to just like, can I do like perception or something just to see like if the people around seem like why they're here,
Mm-hmm.
kind of thing.
Go ahead.
Okay, that's actually not bad. 14?
Many of them are just kind of sitting around. Some of them seem to notice that the door is open, and they give you kind of like looks, because everyone in this town seems to wear like very similar color schemes. It's a lot of red and a lot of brown. So they notice all you guys wearing all sorts of wacky colors. Though I guess Amalthea fits in. She's got like brown.
Octavia has red in her outfit.
Yeah, but like Edwin and Valente and Gare are like, who are these clowns? So they can clearly tell you guys are like foreigners. But a lot of the random civilians, they notice you're there, and then they like face away from you, like purposefully. They're just like,
Yeah.
don't look at me.
Oh, strangers. Yeah.
Gross. Ew.
Yeah.
But there seem to be a group of people closer to the shrine area that are a little bit not nicer dressed, but more neatly dressed. Same outfits, just put together a little bit nicer. And there seems to be someone sitting in a chair up there who's kind of blocked by everyone else that they're all like talking to or doing something with up there.
Um,
Uh,
Edwin looks at the guard who's been escorting us and asks, should we just sit somewhere and wait for whoever we're looking for?
The guard scoffs at you and says, "No need. She will see you now." And then he begins to walk forward.
He.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Should is it
Cheppy
should I just
affronted
go,
by
or
the
should other
presence of
people-
women. Sorry.
um,
Feminism moment.
before
Anyways.
before he escapes too far, I think Edwin real quick is like, should everyone come or just me?
He looks at you and he says, "Would you like to go alone?"
Probably not.
Then follow along, I guess. As long as you don't leave this area, this building, you're welcome to do as you please. Just make sure someone can see you. Otherwise, you may be arrested, and then who knows what will happen to you. And he says that
Okay.
in a way that says, like, "Oh, I know."
you know what will happen.
You know what will happen.
With that point, Octavia's like, I'm gonna stick with the Unmaster here.
Edwin probably gives everyone else a look like, if you want to stay, you can stay and look at things.
Amalthea
But,
and Godfried decide to stay with you guys just because they're kind of like, both of them are clearly kind of skeeved out by this whole situation a little bit.
Yeah.
But Garrett's looking a little queasy, so he actually walks over to one of the stone benches and sits down.
Oh, buddy.
He doesn't like Crusaders.
Yeah.
Val looks at Gare with like a look of like, oh god, I wish I could help, but then puts a very protective hand on Edwin's shoulder.
What's Godfrey doing?
Godfried's with you.
He's coming, I
He's
think,
also
yeah.
like looking around. He's kind of like, I'm not gonna say invading people's privacy because he's not getting close to any of the denizens, but he's like looking at them for like a little bit longer than like a normal person would if you're just like entering a space, especially when these people are
Yeah.
clearly uncomfortable with like outsiders. So he's just kind of like, I will stare at you now.
Damn, okay, hypocrite. He's like, oh, I need to,
Don't look at me, but also eyes emoji.
yeah.
Yeah.
And as he's looking around, I'm actually gonna have him make a perception check because he's like actively
Nice.
looking around.
Yes.
Well, he got a 5, but that evens out to a solid 19.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because you came
that's
with
what
the
happens
joke.
I
when
kind of
you get-
forgot about that.
Stupid
Oopsie.
coat.
Oopsie. A solid
He's
19.
perceiving.
So he perceives we're gonna call this as like Godfried perceives very badly, and then like his brain rewires itself to be like, no, we think good now. So he kind of does like a double take. And as he does that, he kind of like reaches over like past a couple people to tap Edwin on the shoulder.
Yeah.
He doesn't say anything, but he does point towards the altar.
If I look over at the altar, can I see whatever he's referring to?
Sure. Do you want to make a perception check?
Sure, I will try. Oh, okay. 18.
18. Well, the first thing
Yeah.
you notice a couple things. Firstly, big like marble table, pretty standard for shrines.
Mhm.
You've been here before. The statue looks a little different. This one looks less like stone and more like a preserved suit of armor, somehow like ancient armor, like posed a little bit. So
Yeah.
whatever happened to the statue, it's no longer here. They've replaced it. But on this marble table in front of the statue, there is a weapon. A long, thin weapon. on 2 wooden pegs so that it's kind of propped up.
Does it perhaps look like one of the holy weapon lances?
Would you like to make a weaponry check to identify
Yes.
this weapon?
Okay, not terrible. Well, the good news is I am proficient in weaponry, so that cancels out my negative
Really?
modifier on the
Yay.
strength.
Are
It
you?
makes
Actually-
sense that you decided to
I
be
did that.
Why
Yeah, I
the
did that
fuck are you
specifically
proficient
because I
in
was like,
weapons?
because he's a nerd and looking
Yeah.
at holy weapons.
Yeah, I
especially
forgot
when you
about that.
look at
Oh my god.
manga.
yeah. So 12.
12?
Yeah.
You've looked at, like, so many books, about various holy weapons that you could, within safe reason, identify that as the Holy Lance Gaybolg.
Oh boy.
Just kind of hanging out
We
on this
found it.
plinth.
The
The
one
fact
that
that
gets
someone
even.
was literally selling.
Yeah,
like,
I
the
know,
whole
you
Wreck-It
did that, and I
Ralph-
was like, oh my god, Valente, get the thing!
We found
You
it.
did hint that she should get it, but I made a conscious decision.
No, that's so fair, but yeah, that is, as far as you can tell, it might be a replica, you're not entirely sure,
Yeah.
but it definitely looks like Gaybolg.
Is it gleaming gold?
Yeah.
Well, it's not being touched by anyone currently, so it's just kind of hanging out.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I think
God.
Edwin
No,
Edwin just like nods at Godfrey like, oh yeah, that's yeah.
Godfried gets
Val-
kind of like a little like wide-eyed, like, huh, okay, yeah, sure. Look before retreating back to his own
They sure
little
do
world
just
of
leave
staring
that
at people.
there.
Yeah, he
God.
doesn't look like he's about to run up and go touch it.
Yeah.
I mean, Clean Klaus already told us, hey, if you do that, that's a bad idea.
Don't touch holy weapons that don't belong to you.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Unless you have
Yeah,
a
also-
little something, something.
A
Yeah.
little something that can
Yeah.
help you out, maybe.
Yeah.
Unless you purchased the item that was offered, a day
Technically
ago.
the Saint's Tassel would
Saint's
let
Tassel does
would
it.
let one pick it
Yeah,
up as
That's
well.
true.
Yeah.
We just only have one Saint's Tassel to go around. If we were to
Uh-huh.
for,
That's
for
true,
whatever
and
reason
also-
find other ones.
Also, Val was like, we already have a lot of Grand Vale, a little too aware of our existence.
Yeah.
I'm not about to start a war with these people.
Rocks
by
up to
stealing
Bell
a holy
Hollow with
weapon.
just like Gaybolg.
Yeah.
What's
So,
up?
Val
how the fuck did
Thracia.
you get that? They're like, you got that from Thracia? And he's like, no. And then Thracia shows up behind him, and he's like, maybe.
Give me that back.
Hey, what a coincidence! You guys are here. Okay, here's this back. Fight.
God.
Yeah, Cheppy?
Sorry, no, this is just my favorite of all the Fire Emblem holy weapons because of its mythological origin.
I like it because
Oh,
it sounds
yeah.
like you're saying Gaybolg. But
No.
go on.
Yeah, no,
the
it's
fact-
really good.
No, like
Cool.
in Fire Emblem, it's like a cursed spear, and that's somehow the more boring version. Like
Cursed spear that makes you kill your loved ones or whatever? Or
no,
makes your loved
yeah,
ones die?
yeah. In there's two versions of what it does. There's one where if it enters with if it makes a wound, it opens into 30 barbs, like like a fucking bee stinger.
Oh,
but,
okay.
No. But there's another version, which I prefer, where when you stab someone with it, it the spear tip branches out and travels along all the little highways and quote highways and byways of his body, so that every single
Bleh.
joint is filled with barbs.
Ew!
Why?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Who invented that?
Someone
I
who's
don't know,
so
but
metal.
it's cool as fuck.
Irish myth.
Yeah, Irish myths are kind of metal.
the Irish spear that
Yeah, this is why I have the
Stabs.
Tane on Octavia's playlist, guys.
Yeah.
the Irish out there like, hey kids, you want to stab someone in every part of their circulatory system at once.
They
Oh
were
boy,
best
do I!
friends.
But yes, that is, as far as you're aware, the actual holy spear of Northern Thracia.
Yeah.
Could be a fake, but you haven't touched it yet. There's only one way to find out.
Yeah. With your hands.
With your hands.
Yep.
Well, that's something to talk about when we get somewhere private.
All right, so what are you guys up to now?
I think we're
Yes.
following the guard.
The
Yeah.
guard stays where he is for a couple of minutes. There's people talking around this person in the chair, and the person in the chair does seem to be like the center of attention here. So this is probably the
Oh yeah, the
leader.
person.
The person you've come here to see. And she's obviously very busy. She's talking to people. And actually, hold on one second. I just need to blow my nose. It is everywhere all the time. Duh.
That's
Allergies.
allergies for you.
Every day I blow my nose. Oh, sorry. So this person, she's talking to all these like random dudes. And they're wearing different clothes than everyone else is. They're wearing more like mage's robes, but they're still in that red brown cobbled together vibe. But they've also all got helmets on. And they're ignoring you as well. One of them notices you and then quickly turns away, like, strangers. But once they're done talking to her, and they seem to finish up this conversation quickly, they do not want to be in your presence. They shuffle off, revealing a person sitting in the chair. She seems to be a youngish woman, maybe like 19, 20. And she's just like, she's got long brown hair, which is in a big braid over her shoulder, and she's absolutely covered head to toe in what looks to be just horrible burns.
Oh no.
At like recent horrible burns. Like you can see like there's
no.
like gunk and crust. She seems to be less sitting in the chair and more like, you know,
Propped up
sitting
in the chair?
in the chair. And she looks at you. She doesn't say anything. She kind of like puts her hand under her chin. She just kind of looks at you. Bored expression, frown on her face.
Points directly at her. Hello, unintentional Aira clone.
Oh no! She has art. Would you like to see it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Also, I did just get my
Holy
dinner, so-
shit!
Oh yeah.
Oh my god,
The
you were
patho,
fucking...
the patho
Fuck yeah.
vibes.
Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, you said braid over the shoulder and horrific scarring, and I was like, whoa.
Yeah, and I
This
should
is
make
the
it clear.
leader?
I did that by accident.
I should make it clear. Her quote unquote shirt only covers half of her chest because the other half is gone. It's just not there.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I just noticed that. I'm like, oh yeah.
And
I
she has some sort of tattoo along her leg. A dark line shape.
I feel like this fucking detail on this for her art got like I feel like you went up a
Come
level
closer, bestie.
for this. What?
Come
Oh,
closer.
right.
You
meant-
randomly for like 3 seconds got very, very muffled, like you were in
Uh-huh.
another room.
Sorry, I'm standing up now because I drove all day. Yeah, no, I feel like the skin detailing got like way dialed up on
Oh my
this
god,
one
you
from
guys
you.
haven't
Well
had
done.
you guys haven't given me the chance to like really grossify someone yet. So I had to do it, you know.
Yes, but even compared to Pat, I'm not talking about like like her face specific. Can you zoom in? Can you zoom in on her? Is that a thing?
Sure.
I don't think you can do that.
Enhance.
Oh, you
Oh,
can.
she's
Yes.
pixelated.
Oh, she's
No, I see it.
pixelated. No, it
Poor
takes a,
eye.
Oh, bro,
Like-
she's got infections.
yeah, like the
Got
face.
him.
You gave that bitch like pock marks and shit. Like she's got the pox there.
Yeah,
and
no,
you can
it's
fucking
clearly
see it.
burns on top of burns on top of burns.
There's like fucking like gangrene or leprosy mixed in
Yeah,
there too.
don't you
She's
see
not
the
okay.
don't you see the yellow? The yellow
Yeah,
blobs.
Yeah.
something that's
Oh.
supposed to be hooked up to like
It feels rude to
her
zoom in on a
kidneys or
woman's
livers
blobs, so
is
I'm not
not.
gonna do that.
What?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
Oh.
the blob.
Her blobs. You know.
But
Like
No,
how girl have?
that
I
is-
don't think. I mean,
that's why I
she
said
doesn't-
she's got infections.
She do have infections.
Burns that bad are very susceptible to infection, and there's yellow in there.
Yeah, I don't know
Yeah.
if it's gonna let me download and put this in the chat. Let me find out. I don't think
Is
that's
this
gonna.
is this the leader? Is this their leader or is
Well,
this
she's
some fucking
looking
Yeah,
at
lady?
you
Supposedly.
expectantly. So,
Expected.
Val's
Okay,
who are
it's
you?
Val's
What do you
grip
want?
on Edwin's shoulder tightens slightly, but then he pats Edwin on the shoulder and is like, "Yeah, go do your mage thing."
Edwin bows a little to her, assuming she has some kind of authority here. And he says, we were told that you were looking for someone to examine some kind of magical something. I don't think they even said what it was.
She like just looks at you for a little bit as if like not. Yeah, it's not gonna let me upload her art to the chat. I'll do that later.
Okay.
She looks at you as if like trying to remember like, oh, did I ask for that? I don't remember. But then she like nods herself like, oh yes, I did. And then she reaches up and out of the bun that she has on the back of her head with all this hair, she pulls out what looks like a charm on a pendant. And she holds it out and she says, identify this, mage.
Edwin will take it and try to identify it.
It's sweaty.
What?
It is.
Yeah.
It's sweaty.
Val gently takes it from Edwin, wipes it off with a cloth he has, and hands it back.
She does not seem insulted by this. She just kind of looks at you like, okay, now everyone's touching it.
Okay, if I just do general magic, that's an 18.
18. It's definitely magical in nature. Let me just quick look up what this does, because I kind of forget, though.
Well,
It seems to be some sort of defensive charm. Excuse me. Based on just like the vibes of it, you can turn it over in your hands. It seems to be like the visage of a dragon holding a lance, and it's like cracking the lance in half. So maybe this is like a defensive charm against lances.
All right. Well, Edwin holds it back out to her and says, "It looks like some kind of protective charm. I don't know the specifics, but maybe it's for protection against lances."
She frowns at that, and one of her like attendant guys who's still kind of loitering around with his back towards you, just like leans over to her, and she answers you. She says, against lances only."
Well, that's as much as I can tell, at least.
I have no need for a charm like that. Keep it.
Oh,
You may add
well,
dragon charm to your inventory.
okay.
Ha!
oh,
Like inventory.
Your inventory, your combat inventory, or
Okay.
the convoy.
My inventory's full, so I'm gonna put it in the convoy.
And then she whispers to her attendant again, and he looks at you guys and like kind of grimaces a little bit before tossing what looks like seems to be a bag of gold behind him, sort of like an underhand throw. It lands at your feet. It seems like a reasonable amount.
we want Val to continue being the party
Yeah, go
person. He
ahead.
can take it. Yeah, Val picks it up.
Yeah.
Add
Also,
500
someone
gold to your inventory.
500.
Yep.
5.
500.
Awesome.
Also, can someone real
22.
quick add Dragon Charm to the convoy because it says I'm
Yes.
view only in there for some reason.
What? Hold on.
Yeah, for some
It
reason.
might be because I'm not logged in or something because I know my computer restarted itself, but
Where's convoy?
Yeah, it's view only for me too.
What? You should still be
Weird.
able to copy and
Oh,
paste.
wait, no. Okay, no. It's only on view. Yeah, it should be able to copy paste. Okay. Dragon charm.
Yep. Dragon charm.
weird. We all go examine the convoy.
Actually, no, it's not typing.
Yeah, it's
The
for some reason the convoy is
hold on.
view only.
All right, edit. Should be good.
Okay.
Refresh.
refresh.
Yeah, there we go.
It might be because I
Yippee!
moved it, I think.
Yippee.
Yeah, there
Oh
we
wait,
go.
no, I did.
I did a bunch of edits to her.
We all pasted it.
Everyone.
I won't touch it. I won't touch it.
I think it's 400. Yeah.
Gold?
Yeah,
400.
Yes, that's how much it is.
I think also
Yeah,
before
Because we can see this and the viewers at home can't. It says Dragon Charm is a special armor. Unit takes half damage from lances. You have to be flying to have it though.
Huh.
huh. I think before we leave also Edwin speaks up a little bit and is like I'm not really that much of a healer, but do
Oh
you
no.
do you need any help with any of that?
Buddy,
The woman looks down at you a little bit like curiously and she says, "Not much of a healer? Then what could you offer me?"
Well,
Damn.
I mean, I know a little bit of healing. I don't know if you might have. I guess that's a silly question since you probably have experienced healers here.
She kind of gives you a look at that, like, maybe they don't. But she doesn't shoo you away. And she sort of like beckons you up to the chair a little bit, and she says, "You may attempt." And she seems she's like, she goes from like super threatening for a minute to like pretty tired.
Yeah.
It's a lot of
I think
work
the only
to
thing
be.
I'm gonna look at the apothecary
Hold on, I have
stuff.
to put this
Crafting. I have to look
Drugs,
at
drugs,
crafting.
drugs, 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 drugs.
I didn't. I always forget after we fight to return my things that have charges to full in my skills.
Could you be like that?
Oh, here we go. Okay. I will try to use recover because I think that's the only thing I have besides standing next to someone.
These look like long-term things, but I'm gonna go ahead.
Hold on. Gotta get a D8.
As a reminder, the craft stuff is under inherent skills. It's the first tab.
Yeah,
There we
sorry,
go.
just got it. Maybe she
Okay,
like an ice pack?
I think
She
no, I'm
gets
pretty sure
10 HP worth of healing.
She seems to be like the slightest bit relieved by this, and she just kind of gives you like an up and down look. She says, "Appreciated, mage."
I would just say I'm pretty sure the thing that would
Burn
help her more
salve.
here is burn salve, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm pretty
with
sure
the
she has burned.
Maybe, Octavia looks to Godfrey. Do you think we could help her?
Godfrey looks at you and he's like very quietly, like so incredibly quietly, so that she has no possibility of hearing it. He says, "Is she really worth spending the supplies?"
Huh?
Hmm.
Did you hear me? Sorry.
Yeah, I did. I'm like Octavia's thinking about it. Just
At this
Val
kind
mutters
of
something
movement-
like Val mutters something like getting favors from someone who we're supposed to be, kind of avoiding the law around might be a good idea. No one's supposed to go to Arwell through the other way. And that's what we want to do. And she's in charge. So if she was indebted to us,
Yeah.
not bad idea.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea.
Hold on, let me just look
And
up how
Octavia's
much
like-
burn salve.
I will say, for
3 herbs.
Octavia does have 5 herbs. So she's kind of like, got the stuff, I think.
Godfrey looks at the herbs and he says, "Well, if you want to give them up, then go ahead." Kind of holds his hand out.
And Octavia gives, okay, how much is it for, let me double check.
It's 3.
Okay, it's 3. So Octavia has 5, so Octavia gives him 3 herbs.
He takes the herbs and then, keeping his eyes on this woman and her group of lackeys, he kind of shuffles off to one of the stone benches. he opens up like his carrying case because he still got that on him. He pulls out just like what seems to be loose bags of kind of labeled stuff. Like he's labeled it, but handwriting not great, bag old. Only he really knows what he's doing. He grinds it all up. He puts it in an empty vulnerary bottle. He writes a label on that one too, and then he comes back and he just kind of like vaguely gestures towards the woman, and the woman looks at it. And when she asks what it is, he answers that it's just like burn cream, and snorts at him. He's still just like
Edwin's
kind of holding it
probably
out.
like, oh no, he knows what he's doing with medicine and stuff. Probably more than I do.
She grits her teeth and she says, my burns cannot be healed by a simple medicine made by travelers. But I will take
not
it
meant to
as a gift of
It's not
from wherever you come from. And one of her
Val,
lackeys
who's-
reaches and grabs it.
Val, who's seen a lot of people get, injured beyond belief, says, "Look, I don't think it's going to heal you, but it's certainly going to make the pain a little more manageable."
Perhaps if they were normal burns, then maybe. But we shall see. Thank you for the gift, Mage and company.
Edwin probably like bows a little again because he assumes that's like dismissal.
Mm-hmm. As Edwin feels like he's being dismissed, the woman in the chair, she sort of leans over to one of her guys and she says, don't separate them tonight. Allow them to sleep all in one place.
That's nice.
Val mutters very, very quietly to himself, "Allow?"
They do things weird here.
They're telling me.
The man she was talking to turns to you, and he relays much the same information. He says, Lady Helmi has decided that you are permitted to bunk together for the night, but please be aware, no other rules have been lifted.
Understood.
Oh, well, thank you.
And then he kind of like shoos you away. And the
Yeah.
guard from before kind of like steps up, like, "Hey, I'm back. Time to take you somewhere that's not here."
Yeah.
Sam, before we go, could you write down that name?
Oh yeah, sure. It's
Thank you.
Helmi.
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 Oh.
This is Helmi. I'll get her off the screen.
Madame!
Bye.
She's gone.
Not
Yep,
forgotten.
so he
we
escorts you
freaking
outside,
lost
but
her.
before he escorts you outside, we're gonna visit Archibald real quick, see what he's been up to.
has
Archibald,
he been
you are
up to?
outside with two critters.
Right. So, first off, is there anything or anyone outside doing anything else, or is it full ghost town?
Perception check.
Oh, shit. Hell on earth. Uh-oh. That will be a natural one.
You look out and you think, man, it's kind of stuffy out here, and you don't think any other thoughts than that.
Okay, great. That's a really bad roll to get a natural one on at the start of the I'm gonna wait outside. Okay. Well, that makes things a lot trickier, doesn't it? Are we still within sight of the area where that giant wyvern was? Like,
No, you are well within the depths of the city now.
well within. Alright, is there somewhere like a side alley or something? Are we like standing in the sun or whatever right now?
Yep. Directly in the sun. You're not in the shadow of this building.
Right. Is there like an alley or so, the sort of place where one could go and it would seem naturally like you were just trying to move a few feet away to get some animals out of the main road, also in shade.
Yes, on either side of this building there are alleyways.
Are they like reasonably close enough that it like wouldn't be that big of a
They're a couple
hassle?
feet away. They're a couple feet away each. The building's quite large, so you know it's a little bit of a not a hike, but you know
A
you gotta
couple
move.
feet
Yeah,
a couple feet away, still visible from like if someone were to walk out and then turn to the right, they'd see.
yeah.
Still,
They'd
not
see like a wyvern tail poking out of the alleyway.
Sure, that's what I'm looking for. Going over there, leading them both. Come along now. Still doing the British thing for some fucking reason. Walk them over to the alley and just kind of, you know, sidle them up into the space over there out of the sun. Is there anyone down the alleyway?
You don't see anyone. But Jupiter automatically starts like sniffing the air. You hear him sniffing.
Oh, what's
He's-
up there, Joe? And I'm gonna. You ever have like any of you ever been around like two dogs and like you start petting one and then you have to pet them both because it'd be rude to not
Yeah.
like Archibald goes to like start scratching Jupiter's neck as he's sniffing and then it's like oh well and is starts scratching Jupiter's too Jupiter no
Two of
starts
them.
scratching Garlic's too but has to do like that weird thing where it's not like they're not like close enough especially with like the wingspan on one of them that it's like he's sort of like stretched out a little bit to try he wants to be casually just sort of like giving one of them neck scritches but is instead like fucking Y posing or whatever to like pet them both at once um
Excellent.
but while he's awkwardly doing that what's your boy sniffing at?
Well, he sniffs up in the air at first, just kind of catching a scent, and then he lowers his snoot to the ground and sniffs along the side of the building, stopping for a moment when he catches his nose on what seems to be a very low window, before coming back up and then continuing along the side of the building, sniffing.
Obviously I'm holding them like leashed or whatever. It's not leash. It whatever the horses have.
Like a
Reins.
reins.
Reins. Thank you. Jesus fuck.
My
I
horse
know
on a
that
leash. I'm taking
information.
my horse for a walk.
Yeah, no, I look. I had a dog with us on the family trip. I just back from like don't. It's been all dog 24. Okay. Uh, all dog 24/7.
Mm.
But yeah, no. Real nonchalantly back up to the other side of the alley, still holding the reins in a way that makes it look like to a reasonable person. I'm just like back and flat against the wall, so I'm like in potential passersby, but also so I can totally glance from a better angle down through this window.
It's completely dark through this little window, but you can see that the window has bars on the inside. And the bottom, like, floor area, it doesn't seem to be like a basement. The floor
Oh, it's a
keeps going.
prison cell.
It's got straw on the bottom.
Do I have prison cell vibes?
It does kind of give off the sense of a prison cell.
Does the
You would know.
window smell like someone has been riding a lizard for the past whoever knows how long?
That's a question for Jupiter, I think.
What?
That's a question for Jupiter.
No.
He's the one
it's a
sniffing.
question.
Well, get your
Archer,
snoot
no.
down there, the king.
That's yes.
Should
That's
I
what
roll?
I'm saying. I'm doing.
Okay.
I'm fucking.
Arch, just like a normal, you know, lady walks by with her kids on the way to the market. Just see this weird little green-haired man, like on his hands and knees next to the building, just sniffing.
Yes, Archibald will.
Go, kids!
Archibald will just walk over to the others. He'll double check to make sure no one else is like watching alone
Nope.
in the dark alley.
No one is.
No. And he will walk over back to the side he just came from, again nonchalantly, and just sort of squat down as if, just sort of sitting or like resting and waiting, holding on to these animals he has to watch. Maybe like petting one of them for cover, but also like, what's the smell? Queen. What's the
What do
fucking
you
stench?
perception?
I guess. I don't know. I want to know what's in the box. Ha!
Oh no.
Natural 20!
You catch
I was
the
about
vaguest.
to say, Garlic also gets a natural 20 in terms of
Yes.
perception.
Garlic
Yes.
definitely smells something.
Ha!
Smells like human around here. And not like lizard human, like human. Archibald, you also catch a whiff of something that's not necessarily stone, dirt, or straw. Maybe like days old perfume. It's kind of the vibe mixed with like, I've been locked in a prison cell for the past few days and I am sweaty about it. But it's not in this cell. And before you can move up to like check out what's around you, you feel a presence behind you.
A present with
You
my
feel
back
you
to the
feel
wall.
a set of eyes boring holes into the back of your head.
Well, from where I'm
Garlic rolls a
squatting it,
16 on
God, actually,
um,
from
performance to be a silly little horse that looks like he's been running around causing problems.
Excellent.
hey, from where Archibald is again squatting down, just like looking away from the window, it would be more like his ass. But
No. You feel like someone is leaning over you, and their head is parallel to the back of your head.
oh, so it's even weirder. Okay. I look up very slowly.
There's no one there.
Oh no!
Ghost.
Not again! that exact.
You feel you don't see anything, but you feel something like touch your cheek as if someone's hair was touching you.
Oh no.
That sound that I just made, both of those sounds, the oh no, not again, that plays out roughly the same way in Archibald's head for a second, and then he's like, okay.
There's no one there. You
I have
you
a
do for a
question.
second after you yell though, still feel that hair on your cheek.
I have a question.
Yes.
Is this a world where animals are able to see ghosts better than people?
Who said it's a ghost?
Yeah.
Okay. Supernatural beings on another plane. Like when Ruby stares at the ghost that lives in my room for 5 minutes.
I'm gonna say that Garlic has the vaguest inclination that something, but he doesn't. He's not like I see you, fucker.
No, obviously. But
Is
like,
Jupiter just we channel music?
Yeah, Jupiter's still sniffing. He's like tugging on the lead, like I want to sniff more this way.
Oh.
Garlic stares directly at the space where Archibald can feel the eyes. In that really unsettling way that animals stare at empty spaces.
How you doing, Cheppy?
I'm staring. I'm doing 1,000-yard stare into the notebook a foot from my face right now. Wow. Okay. Here we go again. Fucking Scooby-Doo with Andrew over here.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, while we do have two animals, neither of them could speak.
Teach
Well,
Garlic
technically-
French.
Yeah.
I'm going to turn around a little bit, just my head, and look. I don't see anything, right? Like it's too dark to see a person down there.
Yeah, there's no person in the cell as far as you can see. But you can see the other wall on the other side. It seems to be the cell is only maybe 2 feet wide.
So it's just that they are not. If they are there, they're not like visible.
Yeah. Again,
going-
Jupiter tugs on the lead. Like, I want to go
Yeah.
sniff.
After a
Away.
solid 20 seconds, Garlic
Sorry.
also makes motion towards smell.
Is this smell away? Are they trying to go away from this cell, or?
It doesn't look like they're specifically trying to get away from the cell. It looks like they're following a scent to its conclusion, wherever that conclusion may be.
Let's follow them. I'm taking the animals for a little walk. Just
Are
to,
you saying
know.
this aloud?
No, but I'm standing up and just sort of
Uh,
Told you
walking
not
along.
to.
for the briefest of
Not
moments, you feel the sensation that someone's standing over you as you do this, and you wander away. But the sensation quickly dissipates into nothing.
Archibald stops after a second after dissipates and looks at Jupiter in the eyes, and then turns and looks at Garlic in the eyes, and just looks back and forth between them, and leans in real close and whispers, "You two fucking feel that? Like that was someone, right? Like
Garlic doesn't understand complex English.
Ju-
And
Jupiter
also
cocks his
because
head.
he's because he's a prey animal, you can only look in one of his eyes at once.
I know what I said.
Jupiter, the predator animal, looks at you in both your eyes, cocks his head, and then tentatively reaches out his hand, his like big snoot, and like soft bites your arm, like what he did to Octavia before, like questioningly, like, is this what? Is this? Are you asking me? Question mark, question mark, question mark? This is what you want?
Okay.
Garlic doesn't know he's
Uh,
being asked anything. He just thinks that, I mean, Val sometimes will just talk to him, so he assumes that this is Archibald therapy session, and he's like, "Yes, I'm so good at listening."
Archibald. Oh, what do you do?
Oh.
Do you follow the animal noses, or do you follow the window? You gotta follow the haunted window, right? Like, right? Right?
You make the decisions, buddy.
I know, and
point.
it's killing me.
What
You
would
got a good point.
What would Archibald do? Just
Yeah.
decide
haunted
on his
window.
then
Duh.
do it, man.
All right, what are we
Do
doing
it.
at the
It's
haunted
That-
window?
No,
Whenever
I
you
am.
don't,
This is the
whenever you
bit.
don't know what to do with.
The screaming is the bit. Moving.
Well, I'm
Archibald.
autistic, so you should have made that clearer.
That's
Yeah.
fair. Archibald ties them off real quick. Is there like a bar? Is there
There's
something?
bars
to
on that
tie it?
window. And all the other little windows that you now notice at the bottom of this building.
Oh, damn it.
Alex seems mad that you think you are in charge of him and therefore can tie him up.
Jupiter is still like he like tentatively lets you go. Like, is that not what you wanted?
Archibald takes like 4 steps back because they haven't gone far yet, and just sort of looks around again, holds up like the one finger to the animals, like just a moment, wait, stay, and he looks around again as like a normal, totally not paranoid man, and then leans down and said, "Did someone just say something down there?"
No answer. No answer.
I know. I'm just processing that. Back to following the animal scent. Away we go.
Jupiter is more than happy to pull you along as he sniffs around closer to where the back of the alleyway is for stopping at a one of the grates in the wall, and snuffling around. And as he does so, you hear like the angry squeal of a person who realizes they're being sniffed, and like very like quiet but also echoed as if in like a small stone room. You hear, "Get away from me!"
Oh, Jupiter, come on! Don't harass the residents.
Garlic
But
hears voice and
no,
gets very excited.
no. Archibald says that, and then as Jupiter is like being pulled back, like leans in real close to Do lizards have like an ear hole, something? I guess.
He's
wherever
got
it is?
ears.
I
He's
don't
got
know where it
ears.
is.
He's got like
I-
an ear hole underneath spikes.
Yeah, I don't know where it is, but Archibald definitely would. So he leans into it, he's like, good wyvern. Very
He
good.
does the Homer Simpson giant head meme thing to you.
Yeah. Um. It's like, so Archibald leans over and squats down by that window. Down and says, "Sorry about that.
Uh,
Uh,
the tip of an
all good
armored
down there?"
sabaton pokes through the grates.
Oh my. Okay.
Says, who's out there?
Um. Sorry, I'm just tending to the animals for a party of travelers in the building.
A party of
Right
travelers?
now, what?
Party of travelers? From where?
What? In this is the same building, right, Sam?
Yeah, this is the big cube.
The building that you are in right now.
That's not what I'm asking, idiot. I said where you're from.
Oh, that got cut off by the
Sorry.
microphone.
Sorry,
That
it's my
was-
internet. I can see it crashing. Smell it.
Oh, okay.
Just
From
just in case this is the Macedonian night, you might want to be more honest about this than we were previously.
before Archibald pauses. Sorry, is there a fucking sword sticking out? Did you?
No,
a
that was a foot.
sabaton?
That was a
Sabaton
foot.
is an armored foot.
Oh, an armored foot, not a fucking.
Like the tip of a foot.
My brain interpreted sabaton as saber for some reason. I don't know.
Yeah, they just
I-
left. They
I
just
had to
left
look
this
it up.
person in there.
That's why I thought. No, that's why I was confused.
Oh my god, a bunch
say
of
about
Fire
the
Emblem
saber
fans
hair.
don't even know all the parts of a suit of
I
armor.
was-
Fake
because,
fans.
Like I know what a sabaton is. I know, but I heard saber just in my head. I interpreted saber in my head. I was like, why would a prisoner have a fucking sword still? What the?
They do
fuck?
things differently here.
Yeah, no, I was like, is this place just fucking Mad Max way through life?
Hey, remember
yeah.
what I said about Thracia at the start of this campaign?
Yeah, no, like the prisoners get swords just in case. Like, okay, it's like Archibald leans down, cautiously. Question first, and he drops whatever stupid accent he was doing poorly. I don't suppose that you're a knight from Macedon.
The person who is probably, you can assume, female, and rather young based on voice, gasps loud enough that it echoes. She says, "Are you here to rescue me?"
Honey.
Oh, okay. Whoa, hang on.
You
Sorry.
gotta get me out of here. I don't know how much time I have left. I've
I'm
got the
just-
most horrible feeling.
Sorry, we're from, and we were never here. But if anyone asks, we never said this, but we're a group of people from over in Arcanea. We noticed is that your giant wyvern that we saw passing in Macedonia?
You saw my wyvern?
Big,
How is
spiky.
he?
Pinker than normal?
How is he?
What'd you say,
Is
Sam?
he
You got cut
okay?
out. He's in a cage, but he's here and not, they're getting he's apparently getting a bit bitey and they're not too pleased about that.
Good. I hope he bites all their
but-
heads off. I hope he eats every single one of them.
What are you doing? What are you doing here? And like both in this city, and why are you in a prison?
Well, I
You
was
flew
just
over?
trying to fly up north to see what the environment was like up north, I guess. But then all of a sudden I got shot down for no reason at all. And then they locked me up in this tiny little cell. I can't even sit down in here.
Did you fly over the city?
Of course. It's the shortest route.
Oh. But do you know what part of the world you're in right now?
Well, we're on the lost continent of Jugdral, of course.
Yeah, they have a thing about dragon. Look, they have historically a thing about giant lizards here. Some understandably. I feel like flying over in a giant wyvern is generally not.
Oh, Jesus.
Whoa!
What was that? Who just exploded?
That was a crash in the hallway of my apartment, sorry. Are you
Uh-oh.
okay?
You're
Okay, let's
And,
let Rand handle that. Hopefully everyone's
And
okay.
to Dwyer, yes. Oh, I know. That's the next thing I'm about to do. That
Okay,
was
good.
next
I believe in you and your ability to be nosy. This is just, yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, no, they probably don't take kindly to unexplained overhead flights. That usually ends in someone getting mad. It's more of a shoot on sight sort of thing.
They should know
What
better.
was your name again?
You may call me Nero.
Nero.
There she is.
Yes!
Oh boy.
Yeah.
We got her.
We got her.
We got her.
She does have art. I'm debating on whether to show it now or when you actually, like, see her. Because she's, like, a foot right
Alright.
now.
Well, is there any way to even get someone out of the cell from where I'm standing? Like,
how do we feel about busting through walls?
what kind of
Maybe
wall?
not yet.
Thick granite walls.
I have so many fun ideas, but they're all so dangerous. And not practical to do from here. Oh, they're like, I've got some fucking Shawshank shit in my head, but not. Alright. Okay. Listen, I'll circle back around from here. This alleyway is hard to. I'll circle around, talk to the rest of my traveling party. I'll see what we can do. They might have more
Promise me
leverage in the
something.
situation than I do.
Promise me something.
Yes.
Return tonight, alright?
Return tonight.
I don't have
Sam-
anything to give you, but it's been so long since I talked to another nice person.
Sweetheart.
Insight check on the return tonight. What does that mean? What does that entail?
Okay, go for it.
Not weird and horny. That's not what I mean. I'm
This
talking.
is like,
Hell yeah, baby, let's do it through this prison grate.
God.
Yeah,
No,
I
no,
don't think,
no,
I don't
what
think any of us thought that, Cheppy.
Yeah, Cheppy.
Cheppy's got problems. Anyways, what'd you roll?
I didn't yet because I was waiting for your go
Sorry.
ahead. 9.
She does seem to be lonely, considering she's
Okay,
been stuck in a prison cell.
Archibald's fear is like, you know, the like. Am I about to say this on? Sure. Is this like a reverse? Don't come to school tomorrow. Like, do come to school to like. Is this a like come back tonight? Because I'm about to fucking do some shit.
No.
Like,
This is
think
clear.
she
This is
just-
clearly a desperate cry for companionship from someone who's been
Yeah.
stuck in a
Okay.
1-by-1 room for the past couple days.
Uh-huh.
And you know, you maybe get the hint that, you know, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, bring some food with you. I'm hungry.
Okay, that is a vibe I do get. Yes. All right. I'll one or more of us. We'll see what we can do. We'll try and be back tonight.
Oh, thank you so much. I will be forever in your debt.
Archibald like takes that one. It's like when someone doesn't know how to take a compliment, mood, just like the in your debt, he's just like nods to himself and has like a little bit of a confusion on his face, and is like mouths okay to himself, and then stands up.
And as you stand up and leave, you just hear her quietly say, "Oh, and if you see Galba again, tell him I'll be back."
I will. And I will make my way down to the end of the alleyway, still standing there. The original plan of make it look like we're just vibing.
Okay, at this point in time, the rest of the group have completed their task inside of the building and have emerged. The guard comes to collect you, frowning a little bit once he realizes you've moved into the shade, but he doesn't say anything, probably because it's hot summer and he's got better things to do than, like, throw you in jail for wanting to be slightly cool.
Yeah, that's what I was banking on.
But you don't seem to be on his good side. But he motions towards all of you and he says, we'll stop by the stables so you can drop off your creatures, and then we will get you to your housing. Would you like to travel? Would you like to meet the Thracian merchants beforehand?
Sure.
Very well. Follow me. And he leads you onwards to where there isn't really a market square. It seems this is very much like a big grid full of stone cubes, but in the streets, in like a vague area, people have like set up their wares and stuff. So the Thracian merchants are all here, and he kind of expectantly looks at Edwin like, well, set up shop.
Oh, yeah.
We pulled the dinky little convoy.
Yeah.
He looks unimpressed by the size of your convoy.
Well, Garlic is pulling it, and Garlic gives him a look like, I'm carrying this, and it's so heavy, and I'm so strong.
Archibald is still in manservant mode.
Gross.
I think Edwin probably
Yeah.
really quick like shuffles through the convoy to pull out some like stuff to put on top that isn't super like difficult or to get our hands back on, or doesn't seem to have a use for us. Like probably like the iron bow and like the BIPOC Vonia book that we haven't been using.
Yeah.
We've got some scrolls in here that we haven't really been using, so we could put like a couple of those. But I also we'll see if anyone actually tries to buy anything.
A couple people do actually meander on up to you, and these people are dressed. A lot of them have like boots that seem to be, you know, for mountainous terrain. So maybe these are the Thracians. A lot of them are wearing like browns and greens and those kind of colors. So a couple of them wander up to you, look at your stuff, but they seem unimpressed by the quality of your goods, probably because you haven't put anything actually big money out on the table on purpose, obviously.
I would say kind of like, if they're starting to do it, actually, no, go ahead. I won't do this until after. Sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say that nobody buys anything from you, and the guard that's, like, standing with you, as well as the guards that are, like, leading these Thracians around, they just kind of, like, look at you like, baby's first time being a merchant? What is this garbage? Like, kind of like how a bad garage sale is viewed.
I'm gonna say, could we put up the Alexandrite ankle bracelet?
Let me
What's that for
look
again?
at what that does again, and then I will tell
Yeah.
you if I think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
Luckily it's an A, so it's gonna be like right here.
Yeah.
Top of the
It's
list,
the
baby.
first thing.
It's literally the first thing.
Negate all effective damage against unit. Destroy enemy special armors on hit. You're in holy blood only.
Yeah, that would be kind of funny, haha. It's like, how'd you get that? But
it's like a bunch of iron bows and just like, hey, wait a minute.
What if we
Did we
made
get that? Hold on.
you put it up for sale, and then the like starting price is like obscene, like beyond even the wealthiest merchant here. Just as a flex, you know, they like if you
Well,
could
it is
give us like
1,000 gold. It is
Yeah,
1,000
no,
gold.
it's
I know it is, but you don't put it at that price. You put the thing up that you put a holy relic up with like fucking 8K price tag or something, and just watch as they all look. It's like, oh, look at these little holy fuck.
Yeah, so it's like Octavia like nudges it up. It's like I ask 8K.
Do you do that?
Edwin
Edwin?
just nods.
I mean, none of us have Njorn Holy Blood. I don't think this is gonna be too much of an issue.
Yeah, but I'm also kind of thinking like
Gare does not.
Oh yeah,
Gare
Yeah,
vibing
Gare.
in the background, like, I'm not one for jewelry.
I will. It's like okay, but you don't have to have major holy. But I'm almost kind of wondering. It's like, no one's gonna want. We're not gonna accept this for anyone. This is more just like a haha, take that. But I'm
Yeah.
kind of thinking since we have this, like, I wonder if there's anyone here that we just met. If maybe we could trade this for.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Um.
And it's like she also makes sure that their person kind of escort their tour guide also sees it.
As you guys
Um,
put it on the table, the tour guide sort of like looks at it, but it's clear he doesn't know exactly what it is, but he gets a vibe that like this is perhaps your like star item, so he kind of like nods his head and folds his arms like, "Huh. All right. Stepping up your game a little. I respect that, but not that much. I don't respect you that much."
Of course you don't.
I think Edwin is probably like, well, I should stay here with the stuff, but if any of you guys looking directly at the people who said they were mercenaries because like it's probably their Archibald probably doesn't have a good excuse to go shopping, but everyone else, if you want to go, I'll stay here and look around at what the Thracians have.
Okay.
Val,
yell
as
if
the
any-
party's purse, gives a big thumbs up.
Yeah. Octavia's like, yell if anyone tries to steal from you.
Godfrey is
Yeah.
gonna stay with Edwin because he
Fair.
was not pretending to be a mercenary.
How's Amalthea doing?
Amalthea is just kind of like oohing and eyeing at all the different stuff around. Like she goes over to one table, she like kind of pokes at some jewelry, and she's like, "Ooh."
Amalthea,
the-
remember, you already have some trinkets of your own.
I know. I'm just looking, for later. And then she winks at you like really forcefully, and the Thracian merchant that is selling the stuff sees it and like frowns and puts his hand on his hips.
She means when
Val-
she gets paid.
He does
Like
not
Octavia-
look he does not look cheesed by that answer, but he doesn't like immediately call the guards.
Val reproachingly like taps Amalthea on the top of her head and says, "Come on now. These any potential because again they're pretending any potential you don't want to make enemies of any potential employers, kiddo."
Oh, right. I remember now. And then she like winks really like loudly at you.
How can you wink loudly?
Like you can feel that she's winking.
There's a little.
You know, it's when
boom.
you have like really dry eyes and it like peels open grossly. That
Ew.
Mm.
Ugh.
Gross.
I mean, we are in the desert. We could have gotten that.
Val again taps her on the head and then leans down a little bit to pretend that he's like readjusting her stupid hoodie and goes, "Winking gives away that you're lying, kid."
And she like goes, "Oh," and then almost moves to like wink again before like just like blinking really forcefully instead. Both eyes.
I was like, "Wow, you got sand in your eye?"
And she's like, "Yes," blinks again.
That sucks. All right, let's go shopping.
While this is happening, Octavia is trying to just talk and look at the wares from the merchant.
All right.
Well. Oh no. Go.
No, I was
TM.
gonna give the list of wares.
Oh.
Okay, you can do what
Objects.
Archibald's doing first.
Do your bit.
Oh, okay. Sure. It's less a bit and more, who is still over with Edwin being not mercenary, excuse, shopping,
I
whatever?
think it's Godfrey.
Where's Garrett?
You.
Garrett's,
go shopping?
Garrett's pretending to be a mercenary, so he's just kind of walking around behind all of you. He still looks a little bit uncomfortable given the presence of a shrine, but he's better now that he's outside.
And where's the tour guide? Is he watching the other people, especially as they're doing whatever this
Uh,
circus
there
is?
he's following you guys.
He's
There's like
following
other
us?
people around that can watch the stall.
Okay. Because I really want to whisper into their ears the fact that there's a fucking woman waiting for us now.
So the guide is following the mercenary gang.
Yeah.
Okay,
Wait,
and Archibald's
he is.
still at the table.
He
Yeah.
is?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Oh. Okay.
The
was-
table is kind of in like a panopticon situation where you might be watched at any point in time, but you're not entirely sure when.
Oh, okay. Sorry, you said because other people at the stalls. I thought you meant like the people they were shopping with. Okay.
No. Sorry.
I got it. Sure. We're at a merchant stall, and the others are also at merchant stalls. My brain get all turned around. In that case, I will rifle through some of the stuff we have in convoy or supplies or whatever, and like hold some of it up and like sort of mutter occasional things like, "Oh, do we want to put this?" And every once in a while, I will lean in and whisper something normal, and then after a while, I look up and around to see that no one is like specifically watching, and I like hold up a little random bauble, and I lean in Edwin's ear, and I just like speed whisper, "Okay, so I found the rider of that giant wyvern that we passed by in the cage. Said her name is Nero." And just like the whole interaction, extreme detail, whispered under the veneer of talking about random shittiness, and just like full info dump that entire thing we had in Edwin's ear. And I say, and then I like look at him, and I like look at the thing, and I nod, and I put it on the table, and I walk over to Godfried, and I
Godfrey's like standing
yeah.
right there. He's like sitting on a barrel, just
Yeah,
kind of hanging out.
Yeah, I walk over to Godfried and gesture like to the thing I just put down.
Godfrey,
then I
not
lean
catching on, looks at the thing
And
genuinely.
then I lean over, whisper into his ear, continue looking at that and acting like you're thinking about merchandise ideas or whatever that I'm talking to you about as I repeat this thing that I just told Edwin to you. And then I dump the entire bit of info of what happened to him again, speed whisper, again under the guise of talking about merchandise.
Are you talking only about the girl, or are you talking also about your possible run-in with who knows? Did you forget
Edwin
about
gets
that?
Edwin gets everything. Edwin easy. I have to debate that mentally with myself at this exact second.
You can
For
roll a
Godfrey.
D100.
I'm
Archibald
literally
saying
grabbing
all-
it right now. Grabbing it
Archibald
already
moves
as
on
you
to
say
tell
that.
Godfried, and Edwin's just sitting there like, that was so much information.
Yeah, Godfried, I go to tell, and I do the lead-in. Like, well, fucking talking about ghosts to this fucking asshole, like, sort of dilute my point here that I'm trying to make.
Yeah, don't lead with the ghosts, maybe. Oh yeah, you saw a woman? Was she invisible? Dumbass?
Okay, so I rolled a 94% to tell, with 100 being super tell about the ghosts. So he's getting, in the context of this is what he's getting the step-by-step everything I saw, thought, I felt, the like getting up, the animal's like sniffing after something, like some sort of trail, to like going back to check just to double check, like all of that, the whole bit. It's not like I saw and her name is whatever or blah blah blah. It God, I'm fucking dying over here. It's the whole thing, like every bit. Like how many minutes was that? Like fucking 10, 15 in real life. All of that, everything. He gets it all, and he has to look at that shitty little trinket on the table the whole time.
He continues looking at the trinket, and he sits quietly and blank-faced the entire time as you tell him the whole story. And when you're done, he takes a second, just like pondering the trinket. He makes like a face as if he's thinking about, you know, merchandise and such, before leaning over to talk in your ear. And he just says, "I have something to tell you later."
Huh?
Also yelled, but my mic just didn't.
That was so loud.
That before.
That was a big ah.
That was so loud.
What's great is I was leaning away. My face wasn't even facing the computer for that. I leaned like fully back at the chair. That I'm just I don't know, giant man lungs or what. Fucking cares. Anyway,
Being this sexist about lungs?
Yeah, what's up with that? What a weird
I don't know. I just think it's funnier to say giant man lungs. I don't even know what that means.
Trippy's
I don't know. I
man
don't
lungs.
think it means anything.
Excellent.
That's exactly
Well, that's
why I
obvious.
pointed
Man
it
lungs are
out.
full of wasps, and women lungs are full of ants. Obviously.
Okay. Sure. Whatever.
Val's lungs are full of, I don't know,
Both.
ash.
Oh dear.
All right. Anyways, before we get too off topic, Chebby, you were screaming.
Oh,
Godfrey just said
yeah.
he wants to talk to you later.
Okay. Well, I scream. God, Archibald doesn't fucking scream at all.
That'd be funny if he did, though.
Yeah, no, maybe a little internally, but about no. You know what? In Archibald's head and on his face, a little bit for just half a second, there's an expression that I can only describe as but he's like, right, later. We'll talk about that later.
Godfrey
It's
nods.
just,
He looks a little bit shaken.
oh no! Did we have each other's nightmares?
Ha.
Did we just fucking like why am I tempted to go for wife swap for this joke? Can we just do like a fucking
Dream
wife
swap.
swap? Yeah.
Are you married to your dreams?
I don't know. I'm so delirious. I don't even know where man lungs came from. That was just word salad. I don't know what that was supposed to be. I'm fucking losing it. Someone else play the game now. Come on, not me.
Okay.
we
Here,
go shopping?
I'll drop the list of available.
Yeah, go shop. You fuckers go shopping. I don't
Go
know.
shop.
Yippee.
All right, so the list is Transpose, Sure Strike, Healing Chant, Serenity, Deflect Melee, Miracle, Acrobat, and Morbid Celebration. These are all skills. The first 4 are active, the second 4 are passive.
Morbid Celebration is a hell of a name for a skill.
Oh, just wait.
Shout out to
till you
Sam
find
for
out
that
what
one.
it does.
Transpose
scrolling.
is bonus action to swap HP with an adjacent ally.
Oh.
Fun.
Sure Strike is automatically hit with any attack or weapon, does not stack with other active skills. Damn. Get that for Godfrey.
Fucking kills you.
Yeah, I mean, Sure Strike sounds pretty good.
Healing Chant is as a pre-battle bonus action. Heal ally with least hit points 10 HP.
At start of battle or at start of turn?
It's active,
pretty
so at the start of your player turn.
Okay, as a pre-battle.
So yeah,
bonus
before you do combat, you do that.
Okay.
So you can't do it after
Yeah.
combat.
Cool.
And then Serenity, as an action, user pauses to clear their head. This eliminates all temporary status effects.
Oh, that's kind of like what Gare has on his.
Hmm.
I know what Miracle does.
Deflect melee, reduce damage done from consecutive adjacent physical attacks by 50%. For the people at home who don't know what Miracle does, roll for permanent effects twice and pick which to take. Acrobat non-flyer unit can cross or stand on any traversable terrain, including water mountains, at a speed of 10 feet per phase. And Morbid Celebration is upon defeating an enemy, regain 10 HP.
Sure Strike sounding pretty good there.
Yeah, it sure does.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's get Sure Strike.
All right, that is 500. I will. We've officially
Yeah.
spent the money we just received.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
we could probably also like some of this stuff in our convoy we could start trying to sell.
Mm-hmm.
Because we just genuinely aren't using half this stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's look at what.
Alright,
what?
wait, who are you adding
So,
Sure
it
Strike
looks like
to
we're-
and or putting it in the convoy? Are you? What happened? What?
We're
Sure
gonna
Strike.
give it to Godfrey.
Okay, someone put
Well,
that on
does
a
he-
sheet.
does-
My thing is freaking out.
Oh,
Oh,
rip.
he does have a space. I'll do it.
Yay.
Sniper rifle activated.
Yeah. Boy, I hope we
Hey.
never have to fight Godfried.
Uh-huh.
No, he's your friend. He's your bestie. Your besties now.
He
Yeah.
is
You're
Edwin's
literally his
bestie now.
bestie. Or
Yeah.
And
yeah, you're not his
Octavia
bestie, but
has-
he's your bestie.
Yeah, and Octavia has now unfortunate bling vibe privileges.
Yeah. F.
I think we can sell arms thrift.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck. This happens every time we're deciding on what to. I'm like, what the fuck does bioedit do again? Bioedit
Or
is
you can,
about
like, turn
turning
people into stuff.
people into a monster. I don't listen. I don't think anyone in this party currently
Yeah, it's gonna be
feels
mad.
great about
Currently,
turning
see.
people into monsters.
Get creeched.
So
There's someone in the woods who would find this skill amazing, but she's not
She's
here.
not there.
Yeah.
I want to believe.
What if she's in that cell right now? No.
Oh my god,
The
that'd be
era
so
is
funny
not
if I
in
just
that
if
cell.
I just added someone's backup character to the game without telling them. That'd be so funny.
Oh
That'd
god.
be so funny, and also, honestly, I wouldn't even be mad because of how much I'm so obsessed with her.
Oh, damn
That's
it.
my little freak.
That's your little freak.
I should
Anyway.
work on my backup character just to be like, hey, look at this fucker.
So I'm gonna mark these little spaces next to him as red if I think that if we all agree it's okay to get rid of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The fuck is Death Zone?
I think it's Dead
God.
Zone and it got edited.
Oh,
Cause I think it's the skill
it's
that
Dead
stops
Zone.
healing.
As a bonus action, prevent the use of healing magic up to 20 feet around the user.
Yeah, it sounds really
Um,
specific.
Yeah,
Is the thing
I
that we're
don't-
getting with most of these.
especially since we actually have two, like it's all healing magic, and two of our, like Edwin's whole thing is that you stand next to him and he heals really good. So like,
Yeah.
that's like the opposite of what we're trying to do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it doesn't make sense, really.
It
for-
then
yeah,
I'll
the
put-
one
I'll put
like
all of Archibald's as green just so I know I don't have to do them later.
yeah, and
Hey.
it seems like the kind of thing that would be useful if we were to run into like a boss who is healing faster than we can kill them or something, but that seems so specific, and having a whole skill on one of us for that situation does not seem useful. I'd rather just beat the boss up.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
And
can just kill.
yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
Hunter's Boon. Do we want to go to Hunter's Boon? I have it up.
What is it?
As a bonus action, if enemy has less than half of their maximum health, critical ceiling by 2. That means basically you can crit at 18. Can only be used on beast, animal, and dragon units. And the problem is, based on what Sam has inferred, we're still gonna see those guys, but we're also gonna be facing probably more people.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems also situational, so we could give it to someone who like still has skill space left, but like part of my issue is like Edwin's just completely full and all of his are good.
Yeah, like I could switch out one from Octavia that I feel like she doesn't really use, but I don't see her necessarily needing that skill for her setup.
Val
Yeah.
has 2 skill spaces.
Ooh.
But also he already has stuff that's like effective against monsters and beasts and animals.
Well, we
True.
could give it to Amalthea. She also has 2 left.
Mm-hmm. You want to give it to Amalthea?
So she can kill animals.
I mean, she already has crit stuff based on her class. Like, let me
Oh,
see.
yeah.
What her criticals-
Does it
Um,
stack,
let's-
Sam?
does it stack? Sam?
Remind me of what we are stacking.
As
Let
a
me-
pre-battle bonus action, -2 to critical ceiling before rolling to hit.
Stacking with
Her
Hunter.
existence
Hunter's
as a
Boon?
yeah.
Hunter's.
It's yeah.
Hold on, I gotta remind.
Can we
myself.
get her critical ceiling to -12
4.
or -5?
Minus.
Is Hunter's Boon a passive?
No.
It's an active skill.
Then no, it doesn't stack.
Okay,
Eh,
never
you
mind.
have to
Not
pick
useful.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's
we,
lame.
we can't make her the crit queen.
Not with that skill.
That would be pretty cool.
Someday.
So
All
should
right.
we
So
sell it?
if we're not giving it to her, it just sounds like we're not using it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think everyone else is pretty full or has specific things that work
Yeah.
otherwise.
Yeah.
Mage's Folly is. Oh, go ahead.
No, actually, you say it. I remember what it is, but explain again to the group.
Oh, Mage's Folly is a bow that's good against mages, I believe.
Valhalla.
What the-
Yeah. I don't think that would
Valhalla.
be bad to keep.
No, absolutely not.
And
Hold on. Give
we
me a
could
sec.
make it. Amalthea could make it with her ballista.
Yeah,
Which is
Amalthea.
also-
Sam, I have a question.
Yes.
So for weapon uses for the mobile ballista, that's for the bow, right?
Yep.
That she puts in
Yes. Correct.
it. Okay.
It's always for the
Um,
ammunition, not the scope or ballista itself. That'd be
Okay,
kind of
that's what
funny
I
if it just
thought.
blew up after 10 uses, though.
That would be hilarious. Okay.
But we could
Amalthea-
use mages. Sorry, go ahead.
Amalthea could absolutely use that. She currently has an iron bow, which isn't like great, and it's already less than half exploded. How good? I know. How much damage does the Mage's Folly do?
It does, I think, like 1d4, so it's not great. It's not
It does
great.
1d6, which is
1d6.
more than her current one does.
Okay, so
So-
that's good. And it's effective against magic users. So
And yeah, we're gonna be going up against Valhalla mages more likely than not, almost certainly.
got-
Actually,
we got Alice's dad to kill.
we do.
Yeah.
So I
We've got a
say,
guide.
We need to harvest
I
his
say-
organs.
yeah, I say we keep Mage's
Alright.
Folly until her bow
Yeah.
runs out, or we realize we're in mage territory, and then
Switch it.
Yeah.
she can kill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Silver Mace
Um,
also seems good because it's just strong, right?
Yeah, like
Wait, no, hold on. Doesn't Val? Did I not take that out when I gave that to Val? I must
Oh.
have not by
Val's
accident.
sheet.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
I
it's
think
in
we got it out
Val's
right before a battle or something. I'll just delete
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
Oh, you
No,
got
I
it.
already did. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm like super fast and cool. Our 12
Yeah.
step blessed ring.
If you
I'm
sell
very
I
sorry to
did-
everyone at home. This might not be the most interesting conversation we've had.
No,
Our
this is
I
fun.
convoy
love-
is like literally about to be full, so
Yeah,
we have to have it.
We need to sell some things.
This is so
Mhm.
necessary.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's really necessary. It just sucks to be the person listening to it. You're like,
Yeah, sorry guys.
Some people like organization. This is like Marie Kondo for me. Like, yes, clean that
ASMR.
convoy.
This sparks
all right.
joy.
Blessed ring, special armor, recover 5 HP at the beginning of user's turn.
Do not. Okay. Try. Cheppy. You don't have
Alright.
this marked down as Archibald's. If you die, if you sell, you die. Do you still want it?
Oh, I think it can. I think I've replaced its effects enough at this point. I
Why
don't
are you
care.
keeping sweet tincture, if I could ask?
What?
Why are you
It's
keeping...
Archibald's. We can't sell it.
Oh,
We can't
actually,
sell
yeah,
it.
that one we can. I think the thief's sword.
It
and
It
light
heals
ring-
like 5 HP.
Oh,
I was thinking for meta purposes, it would be good to have in the desert, but if we're not in the desert at the moment, I guess.
Also, I think it's literally been ejected from the list. It still
It
heals
no
5
longer
HP,
exists.
but it doesn't exist technically in the game.
It only exists in Archibald's
Ha-
inventory.
When
Oh
we
no, it's
sell
still
it,
in
how
here.
much
It's still
do
in
we-
here. Healing item heals 5 HP.
Okay.
How much does it sell for?
50 gold.
That's
Oh my
not
god, guys,
much.
we're
Yeah.
fucking rich.
Cash money, baby.
So are we? What are we gonna sell? 50? Yeah, let's just
Sure.
let's
Oh,
get
why
rid of
not?
We'll take
everything we
it.
can.
Yeah.
Honestly, part of my suggestions when we get back together is maybe we could buy, if we can't like break Nero out of prison in any time very soon, we could always like pay them money to keep the wyvern for longer because we have money.
True.
Mm-hmm.
So any money will help. I think.
My fear is that they're gonna do something to her.
Yeah, because it sounds
Yes.
like something bad is about to happen, and we're kind of like, did you eat any of the food they gave you?
Yes. I'm just like,
now
it would be good to have money just in case we need to bribe someone for the wyvern, even if not for getting out of the city.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Archibald has that one book, Kindred, still, which is not exactly. Well, it's a healing item.
You might want to
Hmm.
keep it. You might want to keep it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God damn it! Fuck it. Stuff being useful. Get the fuck out.
How about illuminated manuscript? I know that does something good, I just forget.
Yeah, it does 1d10 dark, does double damage on attack. Magic mod is doubled when making an attack of opportunity.
Nice.
Can we
I
just
think
get
we
like a
should-
bigger convoy?
There are other convoy items you can unlock by finding them in the world. Or
I think we should
acquiring
keep
them.
illuminated
Well-
manuscript.
Yeah, that makes sense.
What's it do?
It doubles your magic mod when you do attacks of opportunity, and it's 1d10 dark damage.
Okay. I just couldn't remember what it did.
Yeah. We have no use for this, but we're
Yeah.
Keeping it
It's
for
That's
not
a,
with
that's a
us.
that's a thing we could. It's very powerful if we were to apply it to anyone. I think, but
True.
we'll just.
True.
I don't think if we're cleaning stuff up, we don't necessarily need to toss it right now.
Mm-hmm.
Did we ever make a decision on the blessed ring? Are we cool to sell that?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, cool. How much
I've got my current ring lapse it basically,
Bling.
so
Nice.
Yeah.
That's 100. Jeez, let me add that.
yeehaw.
So we're keeping this. BIPOC Bonia.
That can probably
Is the-
go. Unless Godfrey is running low on like tome juice, but I don't think he is.
Let's check.
No, I think he's okay.
Like he just
And it
had a
also
new
isn't
count.
great.
Yeah, I was like, the thing that I
he's
would
got
that
an
we're
Arclight
most
that
likely to
he's
use it for. Yeah.
he's got an Arclight and an Elwind. it's like not. He's already got a green tome. He doesn't
Yeah.
need a red tome that's effective against blue. So
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another
Yeah.
specialty thing.
Yeah.
vengeance.
Isn't that the axe that can only be used by afflicted people?
Possibly.
Yeah, that I
Hey
believe.
guys,
I think
guys, I'm sorry. I'm derailing this. I just want to know if we do this already. A Naga holy symbol on a red string is listed on not in Godfrey's non-combat inventory.
Yeah.
Fun.
Edwin
Okay,
knew
we
that.
already know that.
Edwin
Edwin
went to
knew
his
that.
stuff
Okay.
while
Yeah.
Godfrey was drunk.
Yeah.
I,
Edwin
Um,
tried to clean up his stuff while Godfrey was drunk.
our
Nice
our two
going.
afflicted homies don't use physical weapons. So this is
I
not
No,
think,
useful to
Yeah.
us.
I believe
if any
but
weapon is going to get its way into Edwin's hands functionally, it's not going to be an axe. That's for certain.
It's not
now
going to.
Yeah.
It's not going to be an axe.
was
And
vengeance
Val, who uses axes, is immune to permanent effects, so he doesn't. He's not going to get afflicted.
That's not a permanent
don't
effect, it's a
think-
status effect.
Well, yeah, but you
can
We're not-
get
yeah, we're not
afflicted
gonna
by
afflict-
drinking a panacea.
Yeah, we're
And
not
Val's
gonna.
not gonna
There's
be
other ways to
Val
get
as far as
afflicted.
we know. Yeah.
There's
We
other
have
fun
for
and
now.
sexy ways.
correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that the only reason vengeance is here is because it was the weapon that Skeletor used to overkill the Black Beast by like 30 damage or
You
something.
took it in
Yeah,
his
Yeah.
I
honor.
mean, like, if it happens, we might want to keep it.
Look, if Gare ever becomes afflicted, if that's even possible, which I don't know, that
Well,
man
we
is
have-
going to decapitate
we're-
mountains.
We're doing pretty good at cleaning stuff out, so we can keep it. Like, we don't have to sell it. We just need a bit more space than we have right now, which we are making.
Yeah,
so.
okay. Let's keep vengeance then. I
Yeah.
can see the point in keeping vengeance.
Mhm.
Yeah.
We're keeping the tiara just because it's
Yes,
cool.
it is.
I want a tiara.
Yeah.
We can't use it, but also
Yeah.
it's cool.
Yeah,
What
we'll
wasn't-
see.
Yeah. Yeah, same thing as the Alexandrite ankle bracelet. Like, it wouldn't hurt to hold on to it.
Yeah.
I have to check what the fire druid's robe
Do
does
we want to
again.
sell any of
I
Extinia's
don't-
stuff?
No, because anything that we end up not needing, I think Octavia has the feeling like we should give it back to her grandfather.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, okay. Fire Druid's robe was hers,
Yeah.
so let's not do that. Was the radiant symbol hers?
Yeah.
No,
No.
Well,
that's
actually,
the
no, that's
upgrade.
Belle.
That's the upgrade thing, and we need to go
Oh,
over
right, duh.
people's
What the
Yeah.
fuck am I
skills.
talking about?
We need
Yeah,
that.
let's sell that. I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
can get rid of the
This
iron
limited
bow
supply
because-
resource.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How
We can
many?
get rid of
How
the
much
iron bow
charge
because-
does?
The iron bow is full. It's full. It hasn't been used pretty much because both Octavia
Amalthea
and
has-
Amalthea-
Amalthea has an iron bow at the moment, and she's gonna get that Mage's Folly when it runs out. So I'm not too
Okay.
worried about her bow situation right now, and it only does 1d4, so it's like not great.
Yeah. I was just
The
trying to see
Dragon's
if someone was
Charm-
keeping track of iron bow usage on Amalthea's sheet.
Amalthea's
Dragon
is,
Charm we
yeah,
should
it's
keep.
12 out of 25. I should hold on. Let me change the way that I was doing this on her sheet because it was moronic the way I was doing it before. There you go.
Oh, I was like looking for it. I was like, where are they?
Guys, I just realized something. I think the dragon charm is Nero's.
Yeah, that would track.
Yeah, so let's keep that. I was gonna say
Yeah.
let's keep it because we literally just got it, but let's also keep it for that reason.
Uh-huh.
All right. So we have everything we want to sell. Let me do quick math for Sam's sake, because I know
Yay,
she doesn't
yeah.
want to do it.
Yeah, no, if you make me do math, I'm gonna scream. Mm,
That is 2,050 gold.
sounds good. Add that to your inventory and delete all the things that you don't want.
Alright, I can clean it up when you're done as well if you want. Unless you want to do it, in which case be my guest.
Sure.
um.
Oh wait,
All
shit.
right.
I
So
didn't. No.
we're. I assume we're trying to. We either have these things out or we're like trying to sell them to other people in the area.
I'm thinking Octavia puts on her best saleswoman thing and it's like, hey,
Yeah.
look at this.
Eventually
Yeah.
you do manage
Edwin
to
cannot sell
get rid of
anything
all these
to
items from the
yeah.
Thracian traders who are I'm not gonna say impressed, but interested in goods from the upper part of the continent.
Is there any other wares that we can look at besides the ones listed or just the skills?
As far as combat stuff goes, it's just the skills. But people are selling like, food stuff, clothing, that kind of thing.
How's our food stuff going?
How is your food stuff going? You got through the desert, so anything you have is still fine. It's just, a little dry. You're not entirely out of supplies yet, but it might not be a terrible idea to, consider your
Stock up.
rations.
I think
King Klaus was quite generous when it came to giving you lots of food so you would survive.
true.
Did we put sure? Yeah, okay, we put sure strike on Godfrey's inventory. Okay, that should be everything.
Maybe talk
All
about
cleaned
something
up.
for Amalthea or like a skill, but no, we decided
We
not
didn't.
to.
We
didn't
decided
because
not
it
to
doesn't
use her.
stack. All right.
All right.
Well, we have
That's
pawned
guys.
off
We
our
got rid of
objects.
10 different. We got rid of like 10 things.
Woo!
Yeah. We're doing so good, you guys.
Yeah.
Inventory management.
Dark
Yeah.
Souls
We
screen
should all-
inventory managed.
we should also go and check our skills for if anyone would use a radiant symbol because I think all of Edwin's aren't upgradable.
And be
Yeah,
sure,
Val's aren't
some
either.
of your skill names might be out of date. So,
Yeah.
if it looks like that's a Fire
I-
Emblem word, make sure it's still a Fire Emblem
Yeah.
word.
I don't
the
think
document.
cancel exists anymore.
Oh, great.
It might under a different name.
Okay.
So
I
just
was
type
like,
in
well,
the
it's super
description.
broken, so maybe Sam just
What have you done?
It could be envision. As a reaction, cancel an attack opportunity against a user.
I'm just searching a D100. Oh, I think it's called interruption now.
Oh, interruption.
It says, as a bonus action, roll a D100 before an enemy successfully
that's
rolls
it.
to hit. If rolls equal or lower than speed growth minus 20, enemy attack misses. So that sounds about right. Does not have an upgrade anyway, so.
Yeah, none of Val's have upgrades either.
Octavia's rally speed does, but it's only moving from a +4 speed to a +6 speed.
That's
Yeah.
enough to double.
No, it's not a double, it's just +2.
No, yeah, but the difference between +4 and +6 is
True.
you have to have 5 to double.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so it could make it easier for someone to double if we do that route with the
Yeah.
radiant symbol.
Mm-hmm.
Does
Let me
fantastical
look. Let's look at our
step
NPCs and see if they have anything that we want to reward them for being good little killing guys. You know?
Yeah, good little killing guys.
Whoa, what do you mean the range increases on Thorn Fighter? What do you mean?
Oh, recover. Oh, that's actually really good. I was gonna say recover actually can be upgraded, and it
Ooh.
changes it to 2d8 plus magic modifier. But as of right now, I'm using the passive saint skill more than recover, so I would not prioritize it.
True.
Godfried's first skill, which is transfusion, does upgrade and it keeps him from losing HP when he does it.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Though we don't use it a ton, but
No,
I'm just
but
trying to
I
evaluate
mean,
like how much we use
look,
different
to be
things.
honest, to be fair though, like getting rid of the it takes 10 HP from him would make us use it more. Because that's
Yes.
probably part of the reason why we don't use it, is because we're like,
Yeah.
mm.
I'll just fill him full of HP and then he can give it to other people.
That was literally like a tactic in like the first days of Fae.
It
The
was!
renewal,
Yeah.
ardent sacrifice. Oh my god,
Oh,
memories.
yeah.
Yeah, it absolutely was.
Yeah.
Hold
I
on.
checked over all of Gares, and basically all of Gares, they don't really have any radiant functions.
Yeah.
None of Godfried's other ones do. Let me check Amalthea. Her insight will get to +4 skill mod when rolling to hit, which isn't half bad. And then the other two are weird.
Oh yeah,
We really gave her breed
Octavia.
water.
Octavia also has insight, and yeah, we did because she wanted to be a pirate.
Well, I
We
think
did.
one
She
of
gets
those
to have
skills,
it, but Hodor Skrill and breathe water don't do anything.
I
So
think
basically, we
one
can
of
give it
those.
to Godfried, Octavia, Edwin, or Amalthea. I think
What does Archibald
we-
get?
it's the born fighter thing that he was saying, right?
Oh, okay.
What's
Yeah,
the range
well,
increase? Just
uh,
curious.
10. So it goes to 30 feet instead of 20, and then if you go to the wretched one, it becomes like what?
And keep in mind, just for reference, you don't have to go normal, radiant, wretched. You can go normal, straight to wretched when you have the option to do so.
No,
We just
I
don't
refuse.
right
You
now.
just don't have the option yet. But don't worry,
Yeah.
you'll get there.
Do I have any? Does Draconic Air have a grade? That'd be weird.
Hey, charisma has a increase.
Oh.
It's like radiant function is +10 to skill instead of +5, and wretched is +15
Oh,
skill instead of +5.
Draconic Air does. What the
What's it
fuck?
do?
It doubles. It goes from 5 HP at the start to 10. That's weird. That's more HP. The problem is, right? My max HP is not that high. So, I don't know.
We need to somehow fix that.
Help. Samantha, fix me.
Oh my
No,
god, wait!
fix yourself.
I know exactly what we need to do.
What?
We need to get you
Oh.
overdrive.
That's what I want. That's what I have been trying to. Sam.
You can
fucking
learn
Sam,
overdrive from people. You can learn skills from people now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
we
who
can
can
learn-
who's the one guy who would teach me?
You
My
haven't
fucking-
asked him. He doesn't
Right,
read
but-
minds as far as you know.
Because he's my nemesis. Hey, dude, I know that we threatened to I know that we're on the verge of choking the lights out of each other like every
Maybe
other
this would
day.
be like a good bonding
like,
experience for you guys.
You want to teach me?
Good,
the
guys.
Besties.
Good news. Trying to learn overdrive and failing does not have a consequence. But you do need to be proficient in athletics.
No. You just need to roll a good athletics. You don't need to be proficient.
It says proficient to learn.
Yeah. That's the proficiency you're rolling.
How much do you need
Oh.
to roll?
So
to
athletics
do it?
check.
Yes, okay, I understand.
Sorry.
No, that's on me for not I was like,
You're so valid.
anyway. That might be the move, and then we also upgrade your Draconic Air and just make you this so full of blood.
Yeah. Goodbye, fantastical step. I hardly.
Yeah.
Or I guess provoke would be the other option. Nah.
You use provoke
It's
literally
a
every
literal
battle.
trolling card.
Yeah. But yeah, we don't have
Yeah.
to. We don't
Cheppy's
have
like,
to pick
I would
who
like
gets
to
the thing right
provoke.
now.
I would like to
I-
scream.
I just provoke the DM unprompted. Like I don't even have to be playing in combat.
Mm-hmm. Alright. So we'll get you we'll get rid of that, and then we'll hold on to our radiant whatever so you can be so full of blood.
Gross.
I am
Yeah.
the bloodiest boy. Anyway,
But you need to make the roll.
yeah.
We still have
How
a little
much
bit of
is-
session left, so you can
Archibald-
try to do that later in the session if you like.
Yeah,
How
Archibald
much
has
is
plus
that?
2,
Okay.
so I think he'll be fine. Archibald will learn overdrive, and he'll be so good at it.
Oh boy, I like health bars.
Well,
All right.
I think we're done with our shopping at least.
You're
so,
done with your shopping.
Yeah,
All right.
Yeah.
So,
we've done it.
do you want to be
Hello,
led
anyone.
to your next location?
Hello, everyone
Yeah.
watching the VOD in the
Sure.
there.
Hi, everyone who just skipped to this part in the VOD. It's been a
Oh my
while.
god.
We need to visually stimulate them so they know that they can get here.
Who is that?
Whoa, Octavia
Da, da,
loose on the
da.
dance floor.
Going at it. Going at it.
Sam, if you're willing to edit this video when it goes onto YouTube at all, you can
Absolutely
put.
not, but go off.
I was just saying you could add like skip to this if you don't want to hear us talk about
Do I
inventory
lo-
sorting
I-
for an hour.
I don't respect viewers. I don't respect
Fair
their
enough.
time. Look
Okay,
for the
fair
dancing
enough, fair enough.
Octavia.
They're not going to know that they should look for a dancing Octavia.
I mean, they'll find out, be like, why is Octavia moving all around the screen?
Oh, where's she going?
Where's she going?
Oh, she's leaving.
Okay, I'll
She's
give you that. I'll
escaping.
give you that.
All right.
Octavia's
Okay,
still, like,
so-
suddenly I felt like I was moving around a lot. Of
Suddenly I
places
feel like I was
tired.
picked up and dragged around like a me. Drops you in the me plaza. Anyways, alright, so you guys, you pack up your stuff after selling all this stuff, and the guy who is guarding you looks kind of impressed. Like, man, they actually managed to sell some of their junk. Wild. And he leads you to this very uniform-looking room. Or not room, uniform-looking house. And he just kind of gestures at the house. He says, well, you'll find enough beds in there. And enough space to make food. So, I better not see you out on these streets until the morning when someone comes to get you.
Of course. Sure thing.
He gestures, like, go on it.
Yeah, we'll go in.
Who's opening the
Does
door?
the doorknob
Who's
here do
opening
anything?
the door?
I'm honestly, by my theories, Edwin should not touch that door.
Okay, Octavia touches the door.
It glows orange as you open the door.
And then Octavia looks to that and the guard. What does that mean?
The guard smiles at you and he says, nothing for you to worry about.
Wait, what does it mean? Can I roll for what does it mean? How do I
Sure.
roll for what does it mean? How do I roll for what?
Magic maybe?
Can I
Is it-
also
it's
try
not
that?
It's not language, right? It's just.
Did it talk to you, bestie?
It's not like right. Okay.
No, it's not
Or,
written.
like-
It just glows orange.
I rolled a 21 in magic.
Christ. Well, definitely
Oh.
magical. And it seems to be some sort of identification system. And you can tell that it glows on both sides of the door. So someone on the inside knows, perhaps the group that the person on the outside belongs to before they enter.
I see.
That's quite pathetic. Don't even. What magic were we rolling for that?
Just base magic.
Yeah.
Base
Base.
for.
Wow, it's shiny though.
It's like that's a light, bro.
At
Wow.
least Edwin
We don't got that back in Arcanea. Maybe we do.
I'm
Oh,
not
well.
from there. Well, my egg was from there, but I wasn't.
Silence,
Okay,
egg boy.
I'm just gonna think Octavia remembers, like, well, when this guy opened the door to the cube, it was green, and this one's orange. There's a difference. What's up with that?
Quick, everyone get in line to touch the doorknob.
I
think I'm
want
going
to
just,
try.
like, is this now geared to me? Do I have to open this?
You can touch the doorknob.
Can anyone else touch the doorknob now, or is it like
Did,
a one?
are you like
person
looking
thing?
at Gare, like go touch the doorknob?
No, she's looking at the guard like, since I touched it, is anyone else allowed to touch it now? Is it only a one-person doorknob thing?
He just kind of motions forward, like, I don't really care what you do once you're inside.
Okay. And she goes inside thinking like, we'll have everyone tested on the other side when he's gone.
I'm just picturing someone
Yeah.
like walking past this house and just seeing this doorknob flashing different colors. Just like, oh, disco. Got that
Oh,
LED
that's
gamer
nice.
doorknob.
Yeah.
Sorry if you just heard my dad
What the-
sneeze like a
Sam's
velociraptor.
Oh dear. It's okay, my dad does
Bless
that too.
Anyways, alright, so you're all going in the house?
Are
Yeah.
Garlic and Jupiter able to like have a stable nearby? Or
Yeah, there's a little like, I guess, wooden overhang thing near this house
Okay.
that they can hang out.
okay.
For our buddies.
Who's closing the door?
I guess Octavia's closing the door again if the guard is still out there.
Orange.
What does that mean? Octavia's
Orange
like,
probably just means like outsider, honestly.
probably. But
Are-
now when she
as-
sees that the guard is gone, like, okay, someone else touch it.
As Octavia's closing the door, I want to check. Does this lock from the outside by chance?
There's no lock on this door.
What?
There's no lock on it.
Okay.
No lock.
Just checking that it's not going to lock from the outside on us, because that'd be a dick move, DM.
No, doesn't seem like there's a locking system whatsoever.
Cool. I will touch the knob.
Yellow.
Tits. Okay, what does that mean? Well, I release it immediately, obviously. But,
Valente, how about you go
Yeah,
next?
okay, he touches it.
Orange.
The guard's genuinely gone, right?
You don't know. Are you looking out the window?
I would like to.
The guard's like got his hands on his hips as he watches the doorknob just flash different colors.
What's his
Yeah.
expression?
He's just kind of you can't really see from the helmet, but he's just kind of, you can tell like he's oozing off of his body like, man, every day with these outsiders, it's always something.
Can we have Edwin touch the doorknob? I want to check.
Wait, can we wait for him to leave? I'm worried
let's wait
about
for him
it.
Let's wait for him to leave.
After a few moments of no one touching the doorknob, he like shrugs and then walks away, like shaking his head like, oh my god, they finally got tired of it.
No,
Hey,
it
Edwin.
hasn't.
It's not
Okay,
even that
Evan.
cool of a trick.
As once he walks away, Archibald's just going to mutter. I hope that this isn't just a dragon detecting doorknob or something. That'd be mean.
I think he would have been more surprised if it was.
I don't think he gives a fuck about much. I don't.
Yeah,
get-
I guess. Well, I'll touch the doorknob.
White.
Samantha.
I said white.
Oh,
Oh, I have to
Oh.
look at a list.
I'm going to let go of the doorknob.
Does
White.
anyone else with holy blood want to touch it?
Gare sort of shuffles forward and prods the doorknob, and it turns yellow. He mumbles something to the effect of, I don't like that, before taking his hand off.
Okay, so there goes the Earth Dragons are yellow thing. That's not that.
And
Godfrey,
Amalvia?
would you mind touching it?
Godfrey leans over to poke it a little bit, and it turns white.
Yeah, that's what I thought it would do.
did it turn white for Edwin? I forgot. What did it turn?
Yeah.
white
Yeah,
for?
Edwin
Mm.
and Godfrey are white. Gare and
Yep, there are.
Garrett and
Archibald.
Archibald are yellow.
Oh.
Octavia and Volante are orange.
Amalthea
Amalthea.
slaps a
Yeah.
hand on the top and it glows orange.
Yep.
Okay.
So
So-
basically, she's like, it's the same technology as the Saint's tassel.
Normal lizard blood, he says, pointing to it. And then just points and looks back and forth at Edwin and Godfrey awkwardly, and then just doesn't say anything.
Do you guys know in, like, the universe? Because I know it says it on a sheet, but do you guys have any idea
No, we
in
don't.
universe that Godfrey is afflicted?
No.
We just
No.
guess. We just guesstimate.
Wait, no, we had a
Archibald-
memory of what seemed to be. I mean, someone had a dream that may or may not have been Archibald's, or not Archibald's, Godfrey's. Where it was like there was a vial of blood that had been consumed, and there was like a dead beast and a leg and a big injury and stuff.
Archibald,
Yeah,
Archibald assumes that this man has been afflicted for like however long, ever since he started creeping up ever since he has been creeping off dead of night to do weird shit alone. He's
Yeah,
like,
I don't.
Archibald has been like, this man's injecting himself with whatever he's making, and now he's the only other person, disease boy who glows.
Yeah, I don't think we even technically know that Edwin is afflicted, air quotes, just that, like, he drank the juice.
He drank
This
the
is
sauce.
Archibald's
Yeah.
a
He drank the
parent,
juice.
no-
It gave him weird holy blood symbols and a rash.
Yeah.
Archibald has no.
We just don't
like,
know that means afflicted.
Yeah.
Archibald has no knowledge of it. He just thinks that it is. Like, Archibald's just a paranoid motherfucker, and he saw the world's sketchiest man put lizard juice in a boy who now glows the same color as him with the magic door. Like, it's weird.
Well, Gottfried, upon the revelation that he and Edwin are sharing a color, looks, hostile and uncomfortable. And he immediately goes to explore the rest of the room, which doesn't let him go far because it's one big stone room with like really cramped walls. And I should clarify that the room is not like large on the inside. It doesn't have a high ceiling, and by it doesn't have a high ceiling, I mean the ceiling's only like 6.5 feet tall.
Oh no.
It's very cramped.
Godfrey's 6'4".
Yeah.
It's like reaching
Don't
up
jump,
to
King.
your
in his
hair.
head.
Don't jump,
What do you
King.
mean? Jump? Don't stand on your don't take like a step. Like the rotation of your foot in taking a step.
The
would be
doorway
enough.
to this house is only like 6 feet tall, so he and Gare are both like,
You will just
Val-
bonk your head rhythmically by walking.
The top of Val's ponytail gets caught on the doorway because he's technically
no.
short enough to get through, but his hair goes up a little bit, and he's like, "Ow."
oh no.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's a very cramped space. Way smaller than it looks on the outside. The walls are probably quite thick.
The old reverse TARDIS, just
Smaller on the inside. But
yeah, Edwin, oh, go ahead.
now that you guys are all done touching the doorknob, playing doorknob disco, you can see that this room is pretty much unfurnished aside from 8 beds. Each one has one of their sides by a wall. And in the middle is a big stone table that's like reachable from all the beds, but there's no other furniture in this whole room. And there's only one exit the way you came in.
Is there a kitchen?
Nope.
Is there a toilet?
We'll say there's a little side room.
Jesus, it's like a
Oh.
Motel
I
6.
was hoping this would be the second D&D game that I'm currently in where there would be a piss bucket.
No, there's no
I
bucket.
was hoping there would
There's
be an
also a piss
outside
bucket.
latrine to basically be like, oh, we need to go to the bathroom.
No, there's a little side room that's basically like a hall closet with a hole in the ground. You know, Roman style.
how deep is
Do not go
potentially
in the
relevant-
toilet hole.
potentially
Do not
relevant
go in the
question?
toilet
How
hole.
deep is the hole?
You're not sure?
Is it deeper then like
Would you like
several
to
Archer-
put something in it and see how long it takes to hear a
No,
splash?
but how deep is it? Several Archibalds deep at least.
Yes, definitely.
Let me back up even further. Is it deep enough that theoretically a human-sized man could crawl in and then slide down a little bit and then transform into partway into a dragon, begin digging, and just turn into a dragon as they created a tunnel?
Unclear. The hole is too small to really see through. It's literally just it's a toilet hole.
But
It's not like a hole in the ground.
We did see
Yeah.
a grate that implies
That's
the
the backup
existence of some
plan.
kind of lower level. So like that
Yeah,
might be a
like,
good.
It's
Yeah.
like under, over. They basically said one of the guards said there's no way over, under, or through.
This is my backup. The other hole is the
Yeah.
one I'm
Archibald
thinking of.
gets covered in shit. No.
Well, the rest of us have to
Shit.
follow him, so he's not alone.
Ugh, gross.
Oh, speaking of which, Archibald will grab everyone once they're all settled and relay the stream of consciousness thing to a third time to the entire group, a little whispery. Just the whole story of the woman in the cell, because none of you actually know that aside.
No, I said yeah.
Welcome to the knowledge zone, population U.
Yeah.
Godfried knows it too.
Yeah.
Godfrey, no, I meant yes, but I'm talking. When I say people here, I'm referring to real people.
Real people.
You know, the people who
Yeah.
are alive and I am talking to.
Maybe you all live in my head. Who knows?
That's true.
I think when he's done, Edwin also tells everyone that possibly the real Gaybolg is sitting just there in front of the shrine. Godfrey noticed it.
Yeah, Godfried
Clicked it, Godfrey.
does notice it. And as he's like, you're all in this room, right?
Yeah.
Godfried goes to like sit on one of the beds because obviously like ceiling bad, ceiling close, uncomfortable. He goes sit on the bed and then he goes like, whoa, as he like slides down into the bed because all these stone beds are actually kind of more of a V-shaped trough that you just kind of settle in the
What
bottom.
the hell?
So he falls.
Oh no. Are you okay?
He grumbles as he pulls himself out of this quote-unquote bed situation and sits on the edge of it, looking
What do
grumpy.
they use these for? To feed animals when people aren't in town?
Well, I mean, if this is the same kind of beds they keep sick people in, maybe it's so they can just clean them out.
Are these?
Yeah.
No.
Anyway, let's focus on how we're getting Nero out of here, because I'm not leaving an Arcanaean soldier behind.
Yeah, I was gonna suggest we do have a good amount of money if we wanted to use it for that kind of thing.
You think they'll let us post her bail?
Well, either that or at least like take care of her wyvern so that they don't hurt him. I don't remember if she said a gender.
I believe
But
I think
Him.
said him.
Yes.
Him?
yeah,
Oh.
well at the
His
very
name,
least we
his
could.
name is
Yeah.
Hold on, I gotta scroll.
it's like Gala, isn't it?
It's I believe it's Galba. Galba.
Yeah, Galba.
Oh.
Yeah, well, at the very least, we could pay them to hold on to her wyvern so that they don't kill it. But I don't know what we could do about her besides breaking her physically out, which we want to do as we're leaving.
Yeah.
But the question is, how are we gonna leave?
That's been the question of the ages, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know how long we're allowed to stay here. So we could also
Technically,
take tomorrow
as-
to look around.
Technically, I believe the answer is as long as we want. It's just that if the merchant party leaves without us, it's up to us to get out of here.
It's our
Yeah.
funeral.
Well, I think taking another
Did
day
you?
to see what's around here wouldn't hurt.
I mean,
Yes.
did you guys got taken in to speak with their, what do they even
With-
have here? Like a mayor or whatever? How did that
I think
go?
a lady? Was that what they called her?
Her name is Helmy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lady Helmy.
Did she
Oh yeah,
seem
and Edwin like shows Archibald the dragon charm, but I assume it's not like anything he'd be terribly interested in.
You think wrong. He's
Because
very
it says dragon.
yeah.
I
He,
I will say, like, what would be a check to see if it's more Arcanean make or Jugdrali make?
History.
History? Okay.
I could
what
do
should
that as
be
well. I'm
what's this
proficient
be
in
left
history.
field? What's this be from like
To the nerd
Valentia
boy.
or
It's
whatever?
Magvel or something. Tellius.
No,
Yeah.
No, Valentia. I think Valentia is like
It's right down there, yeah. It's right there.
Yeah.
What
it's
if
in this
what if
world
I got a
still.
26?
You know that this is of not only Arcanine build, but Macedonian build.
Oh yeah, this is probably Nero's.
Yeah, they probably took it off her. Well, here's the question. And Octavia takes their convoy stuff out and puts down the anklet bracelet. How many of you bet that Lady Helmy has Nyoran blood?
Is that the one that goes with Gaybolg? Edwin would know this, but I
Yes.
am forgetting.
Yes,
Okay,
it-
then
Hold on.
well,
Judging
I
by
don't
the-
know because then why wouldn't she be holding the Gaybolg?
Mm,
At this point, Gare's going to pipe up, and he's gonna say, she doesn't, obviously.
okay. That's fair.
What was
Like, you
the stick tattoo on her leg then?
Well, it's fake. It's the
She
wrong
could
color.
have the other. Well,
Completely.
oh,
Good point. It was too dark, wasn't it?
Yeah. The
Huh.
real ones are barely lighter or darker than your own skin. Hers was clearly hand done. It was pretty messy too.
none
Trust
of
me, I know
them-
what they look like, and he flexes a
She
little
had
bit.
a fake.
Yeah.
She had a fake holy blood tattoo.
I guess, though I
Yes.
don't know why.
There was
Why would you do
There was
that?
a stick-like tattoo on her leg. My best guess is she wants everyone else to think she has Nyoran holy blood because it'll give her a sense of authority.
I mean, yeah, that makes sense, I suppose.
well, I don't.
would-
Yeah, go ahead. I don't have a lot to say.
No, like, I'm just kind of thinking, is like, what do you think she'd do if one of us picked up the gay bulg and she couldn't do it?
I don't know, but I think it would be pretty serious.
What happens if this is out of context? What are the effects that one feels when
Klaus.
picking up?
Klaus
Klaus
described
told
it
us.
as a burning sensation, just by touching it. So who knows what would happen if you actually like tried to use it.
I'll let the rest of you fucking players mull that one over because I can't.
I was also thinking
conspiracies.
about that.
Oh
yeah,
my
but
God.
maybe
that
she
was,
picked it.
Yeah, I can't fucking
That
say it
was
because
the
I wasn't
reason.
there. I'm not. My character was the only one not there. I can't say it. I'm
Oh, we're
gonna
just real.
leave
Oh
that.
no!
Yeah.
That's
Tacos.
the reason she's burned.
She might have already tried. Her
Huh.
entire left side was engulfed in agonizing burns.
But she's still on a seat of power.
Oh, so she. Well, I wonder. Maybe she like. Remember that stuff we talked about with like holy blood fading out over time or whatever? What if she's like, I don't know, one of the tail end of a lineage, like holy blood
Maybe.
run out, but like is just kind of trying to put on a show or something? Like
Well,
she
if
wants, but I feel like if you want to, right, if you want to be, like if you want to just say I have holy blood and tattoo yourself, right? Like, you know that grabbing this spear is gonna mess you up real bad. Grabbing it, like getting the tattoos yourself, and then grabbing the thing, and then, from what it sounds like, horribly injuring yourself. That sort of is like the kind of thing you'd do almost if you really want it to be possible, more so than.
And she just went through and realized in the worst possible way.
Well, if anyone wants to like talk to her again, I could try to go back tomorrow and say that I just want to like see if she wanted any more healing or anything.
How many more herbs do we got? We don't know if the salve helped. But if it did help, we probably want to offer more.
Yeah, at the very least, I can like do the healing magic.
Mm-hmm.
Is she?
And maybe Archibald could get it in that way. That, well, if tomorrow, if you wanted to see.
Oh, like to see her, not to like break in. Okay.
No, yeah, and like you didn't see the shrine, but they had like a suit of armor instead of a statue, and the gate bowl was just sitting right there, and it might not be the real one, but I guess we wouldn't know unless we touched it.
Look, it's almost certainly the real. It's gonna be the real one, of course. But like, well, huh? Actually, where's Gable from geographically?
That's that's the one that like Quan has. It's from Leicester, I think, or something.
It's from
Leonster or
Leonster.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mixed it up with
Oh.
the Three Houses one.
Yeah.
Awesome. All
Okay,
good.
so that's geographically. Yeah. Okay.
Here. Yeah.
Yep.
To be fair, and this could be because perhaps if you get burned by touching a holy weapon that isn't yours, your burns don't heal. Her burns did look very recent.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hey, do we have a recent attempt on our hands? Did she just fuck herself up?
Well, at the very least, even if it doesn't seem very smart to ask her questions, I would like to go back, because she did also. The only reason we're allowed to stay here together in this place is because we were helping her. Otherwise, they would have split us up.
Yeah.
So I don't think it would hurt anything to go back.
Mm-hmm. But speaking of, what are we gonna do tonight? Because I'm guessing Archibald explained it to everyone under the assumption as potentially as we were whispering. Nero asked you to come back tonight.
Archibald's the best at stealth out of any of us.
True.
Right.
But also like Octavia looks at me and I like, are you sure about this?
Am I sure about this? No. Who is this? Who is this person anyway? Do you know? Is this? This actually seems incredibly dangerous. Worth our time, but it's. Look, I only am giving this any thought because of the haunted thing, ghost thing, potentially, whatever, something weird, something not normal. Otherwise, like if it were just this person asking me, I'd be like, yeah, sure, and then, you know,
Not.
yeah, we don't know this person, right? Like, just checking. This isn't anyone's like long lost
No.
lover or your child or something. Like, this is not a.
Doesn't sound like it.
Garen and Godfrey
I've
both look
never
at each
even
other
been
at
near
long
Min.
lost child, like, huh?
What?
You guys are having
Sus.
children?
You guys have children?
You all good there, man?
Godfrey
Hmm.
averts his gaze and holds up his hands, or as Gare just kind of like makes a
Okay. Well, yeah. So God, how the hell do we even? I've got all sorts of elaborate tunnel plans, but one of you was just saying that they might kind of have a thing for that. Which, actually, side note, the fact that they might have a tunnel defense system does not bode well for. The fact that they need that is just, oh gods.
Here's
It might just
another
be the
thing.
sewer.
Yeah, it might just be the sewer or the giant trap door that we walked over.
Sorry, I just dropped like
But-
5 chapsticks I was stacking.
But here's another idea. Do you think any of them know potentially why they have so many beast attacks?
I've been wondering
I have
about
no
that.
idea.
Because let's be clear here, now that we're in the town, it's pretty obvious. This sort of plague town, really? Like, I don't know. This has got to be just like Beast Central, right? Like that's what this is. But the plague here is turning into Beast or something, right? Like that's we all agree.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like the whole like disease breathing it in. No one who's ever traveled through has ever like so much caught a sniffle or none of the animals. They have a bunch of people who are turning into lizards and they have to
Yeah.
presumably
And it
eject.
sounds like if you do get sick, they keep you here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is the place where lizards go to die. Or
The problem is, I don't. If they have everything so prepared, it is a thing. But you heard what the guard said. There's not much food coming in here, so they take what they can get. And in some cases, maybe they've already figured out, like, oh, this happens. Or maybe they haven't, because apparently there's not many healers here for
Yeah.
some reason.
Well,
So,
yeah.
And
All of this is a lot, I think.
yeah.
and like Godfrey, do you remember that guy at the start just that guy casually talking, eating a very large, unusual like
Axinia's diary. Like,
yeah.
Octavia just says it point blank.
Sorry, you cut out what?
Archibald, I think Cheppy was having Archibald allude to, like, yeah, a giant wyvern specifically to Godfrey, but Octavia specifically, like, I feel like that's the idea, and she's basically like in Axinia's diary, pretty much. She
Godfrey,
ate, probably a beast or something that was affected by a beast, and nothing good happened.
Godfrey, am I my microphone? Hello.
Hello?
Godfrey is going to look at all of you from his place on the edge of this shitty bed. He's going to sigh deeply. He's going to put his hands on his knees and he's going to say, obviously that's what it does.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
I thought we all
wasn't.
kind of like
Yeah, we kind of
internally
knew
came to
that.
that conclusion.
I'm not grilling you about this. This was actually me venting. I don't need you to tell me that. It's yeah.
He reminds all of you to not eat anything that you are given in this town for just kind of
Yeah.
going off and staring at the wall.
There's no
So-
privacy in this room, so he has to make it himself.
I
Yeah,
guess-
no
Like,
talk,
"Don't
no
to
talk me,
I'm
Angie."
Aggie.
Yeah.
I guess the question here is, how stupid are the people here? Like, are they eternally dumbasses, just going around eating like lizard meat, despite knowing the consequences, or not knowing the consequences? Are they
What I'm
desperate,
thinking
or
is potentially they're desperate. But also, they're not allowed to talk to outsiders.
Yeah, that brings us pretty neatly into option C here, huh?
And what was option C again?
Option C I didn't get to yet, which is, well, uh, look, a lot of people in history who have gone seeking power have done so by, like, way of consuming dragon blood or whatever. Uh, I don't know. It's a little suspicious. Because you'd think that in some respects the solution here would be to abandon the town or whatever. It sort of seems to set up a society around an affliction that is only like you're setting up a society around an affliction is only acquired through consumption of meat of a creature. Like it's a little weird, right? Like it's a plague. If it's a plague town, it makes sense because you know people get sick, have to be cordoned off.
Quarantined.
But like this is a food thing. Like if you know you eat the food and then someone turns you like it feels like a weird societal structure. Like you'd think someone would have said at some point, like why on earth would plan B to lock everyone up and just not mention it to the outside world? Surely someone would like talk about food shit. Like someone would have done something, right?
Maybe they were silenced before they could talk.
No, that's sort of my point. Is like by whom then? Like what's the if I had what happens say, right, when anywhere else in the world someone discovers that the food supply is like poisoned or something. Like it's bad, people who are desperate will eat it. But eventually that shit like, it
Mm.
just feels like a weird thing. This is
Yeah.
weird. If you've got a poison food supply, typically you say we've got a poison food supply problem, not set up this whole like thing about a plague around it.
Do you think this is orders from within the city or someone else controlling it from the outside?
That's tricky to say. Um, hmm.
Yeah. I'm still kind of coming to the conclusion that I think we need to stay a day at least and check things out.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, though now in the meantime, I guess we have to figure out how to get to a person. Oh God.
Yeah.
Yeah. How good are you at stealth again?
Well, if I were to quantify it on a scale, I'd say it's a sleight of hand of 11, but that would be
Sam,
that.
what would you need to roll to pass by guards?
Sleight of hand, I think, or deception if you're trying to convince them you live there.
Oh.
So like the first thing hadn't gotten cut off.
Sleight of hand.
Okay. I mean, I have a plus 11 to
There's
it.
a bunch of ways you could do this.
Plus
Persuasion.
11?
What?
A plus 11?
Yes. Hello,
Yeah, 'cause
Suspiria. Why do you think I cart
Suspirium.
around a fucking
Oh
dark
yeah.
stone I
Oh yeah.
can't
Yeah.
use?
What are we doing? What are we doing? If the only if Chippy rolls a 2, he gets a 13. Yeah, we're
He's
The
good.
only
He's
the
good.
thing we're thinking about here is what if Cheppy fucking
Wait,
dies?
Cheppy, what?
What if he rolls a 1 and then fucking dies?
That'd be so fucking funny.
listen, dude. Listen. We'll burn that bridge when we get to it.
Huh. Sorry.
Dwyer be like sacrifices you.
I'm kind of thinking, like, does anyone else have good sleight of hand or deception in this party?
No.
No.
Don't let
Well.
Val lie. He just sounds constipated.
Just
Like,
have everyone
Octavia
crowd
had-
around Archibald and just do the skills that boost his skill up before he leaves.
Yeah, you want a
True.
charisma before you go?
Yeah, you could get a charisma, and Octavia's can do a support bonus or a rally speed.
Okay.
Do we
Sure.
want to do
Just
that?
hype
or
that
do
boy
we-
up. Godfrey can also do a +6 to everything.
True. Godfrey can do
Oh
that.
god.
Godfrey can do it. So, like, Octavia's like, Godfrey, we need to boost Archibald up.
Yeah.
Godfrey turns away from where he's been staring at the wall, trying to pretend that he doesn't exist in this space. And looks at Archibald and he just says, "Okay, don't fuck up."
So it's what do I
+6
have
to
here?
all stats.
6 stats. There you go.
I'll give you the charisma too if you want it.
But we are not
Which
doing
is-
this tonight because I work tomorrow. So finish
Yeah.
buffing
Yeah.
up Archibald and we'll do it tomorrow morning. Or
Sure.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
How much is the charisma bonus? What is it?
You get +5 to skill and also +10 to defense and resistance if it were to be relevant in your adventure.
+5 to skill
Yes.
and 10 to defense and resistance.
Yes.
And then either Octavia can roll to rally speed, or I can do a support roll and see how much you get.
Sam, if I were to send you a little snipping tool image of my current stat spread, even before Octavia's thing, could you show it on the stream right now?
Maybe. Like I said, my internet is salad. Potatoes.
Like,
Go.
paste it in.
Yeah.
Paste it into the thing, maybe.
Yeah.
Here.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
We're buffing you up to hopefully make sure you do not die.
There it is.
There's your Archibald. This is the beast you have
Oh.
built.
Modifiers up the wazoo.
Christ.
Look at that skill stat. Look at
Wait,
it.
let me... Yeah, it's 12. It's a 12 modifier.
Oh,
That's
did you
nice.
want to?
No,
Did you
sleight
wanna-
of hand. That's a 16.
Oh my god. Did you want to bring food for Nero?
Yeah, for Nero.
Yeah.
Since she...
Oh, yeah.
Octavia gives him jerky, like, here. She'll want this.
Oh, why do I feel like my action consequences? Oh, no.
Because Sam
Oh.
loves to do that to us.
That's the whole point of
Yeah.
the game, bestie. Actions have consequences.
You decided to have Archibald be the one to wait outside.
You could have completely missed this NPC altogether. I'm so glad you didn't, though. I kind of knew you were
You
gonna run
literally
outside.
you literally put her name and everything. If we missed her, I would have my heart would have been broken into a bajillion pieces.
Yeah, you would be like,
It's
"Where's
like-
Nero?" I'd be like, "Oh, she like died."
Do we have her art, or are we?
What was the vote on that? Did you guys want to see her art
a little
now,
teaser,
or wait?
see
please.
her really bad, but it's up to you.
All right, I'll show her.
Yeah.
I'll show her because
Yay.
she's already
Yay.
projected her vibe. Here's Nero.
Oh, she's a baby.
Oh,
No.
oh God!
I
She
want
wouldn't
her.
happen to be a
Another-
princess, would she?
Yeah.
Well, you haven't talked to her, so
Is this another irresponsible child?
who can say?
yeah.
We've got so
looks-
many fucking building a Peter Pan thing here. Oh no!
Oh
I
wow!
mean, the only
oh
child
wow!
we have
Val's,
really is Amalthea. so
Malthea. Are we counting Edwin?
Val's about to meet this girl and be like, "Oh God,
Sorry, what?
I know your parents."
far. Oh no.
You don't know who she is.
Ba-da-da-da-da-da.
Remind me, who does Val know again?
So Val has Val has met most of anyone that comes in contact with the Altean army.
Uh-huh.
So my joke is that he met McAllis when McAllis was 12.
Okay.
And a fucking nerd.
Oh my god.
Uh,
Oh my god.
So like Val has like Val doesn't like personally know the Macedonian royal family, but like
He's met him.
if he but like they know, yeah, he's met them. So that's like, oh, like
He's held little baby Maria.
yeah, yeah. He was there. He was one of before things went to shit. He was a general and he was important and he went to meetings and things and now he's like, oh no.
Oh no. Alright. Well
Oh
then
no.
why don't we
I saw your parent when they would metaphorically have braces.
Oh my god.
Archibald talked to Loftus.
Yeah, it was Archibald time this session.
Archibald moment. Alright, when did he talk to Oh, like in the past. I was gonna say in the session?
Why
When
did
did
you-
that happen?
Why does Val get to talk to fun, normal, even slightly moral people?
My
I
brother
got to
in
talk-
Christ, you made the character.
I know.
Alright, I'm gonna put the supports on the screen. I can't not copy them into the chat because my internet upload speed is actually lying and it's like 3.
Okay.
Who do you want to have interact
Val
with
did
in
not
your
do anything
backstory?
today. No surprises there.
I can't zoom
Hey, Archibald, you're already a B with Nero.
in.
Hey,
And
You
I,
why
are,
is
you are her
guys-
best
Oh,
friend.
Gal, Galba
Oh my
likes.
God.
Gal has a C with. That's. Gal has a C with everyone he met. Good.
Yeah.
good.
Good.
Wait, oh, he's an F with Oh my-
Is
understandable.
Godfrey an F with himself
Helmy has
again?
B
No.
with the 2 people that healed her, and everyone else was just there. Fuck those guys.
Yeah.
Wait, let me see. Yeah.
Literally just hanging out.
Her brain
And Octavia's like, fuck you, I gave herbs.
Wasn't like, I don't know, Val suggested maybe we give her burn salve or something, and then just like, no, fuck all of you.
Mm,
Only those 2 guys did something.
You guys,
just
these two
stood
guys
there,
actually did
SMH.
something. You guys just talked.
we suggested things.
Yeah.
Gottfried would not have done it if we hadn't said something.
No, yeah, totally.
Yeah, well,
completely.
he
He
doesn't
would
know
he
that.
would have robbed her probably.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
There would
She's
be
like-
no reason why this girl would have had the guy Volg on her. Would there be? That wouldn't make
Can't
sense,
answer
right?
that.
Alright. Time to open last week's and try and squint and see if I can see a difference between
As
anything
far
other
as
than
I'm
the new
aware,
bitches.
none of the old characters' status has changed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would
well,
make
I-
sense.
I think the thing that's changed is the 2 new characters.
You're getting
no,
you're
that's
getting
what
to
I
the
assumed.
point
3.
you're getting to the
It's
point in
3.
the game where it's like unless you do something really hashtag cool for a character, you're kind of reaching the upper limits in a lot of places.
Yeah.
There.
Have any of you considered becoming afflicted in front of Godfrey recently?
Well, it's kind of a thing. I kind of want Octavia to get a lethal hit because I want her to use Miracle and I want to see what happens and how people
Yeah.
are going to react to that.
You just I
Character
can kill you.
development
I can
guide.
make that happen.
Oh, God.
Like I said, next combat, so expect next session. Combat. Capital B
Yeah.
boss, red highlights all around.
Oh God, is
boy.
it
Boss
Melanie?
Boss fight, boss fight. I will not say anything. Boss fight. Boss.
Yippee!
Mm.
Alright, does anyone have any
Uh,
questions?
Thank
I
you so
think-
much.
Yeah, it was a great time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one.
Yeah.
glad-
Thank
I'm
you
glad.
for surviving your internet for us.
Oh my god, I
Uh-huh.
need to figure this out before next week or I'm gonna literally explode. Oh,
I'm-
Yeah.
hold on.
I am
Um,
super happy to see Nero and Galba are just S's with each other.
Yeah. They are
They're
buds.
besties.
They are buds.
They're besties for life, like with the number 4.
Yeah.
Also, shout outs to
5 ever.
Sam for continuing to just like pull from a grab bag of Warrior King names and just like stick them on.
Yeah.
Like, you got Lothair, you got Nero. It's like, okay, sure.
Galba is also a former emperor of
I assume
Rome.
without even knowing.
The one that
like,
went right after Nero, in fact.
Yeah,
Did
and
I take
I'm
that from
sure-
the wiki? Maybe.
Yeah.
Why do you guys think I named her Octavia?
Hell yeah, it's the theme. Arcanine has like kind of that like Roman naming
Yeah.
convention vibe.
Yeah, that's why Valentes
Yeah,
is French.
like Macedon or whatever.
Like fucking
you know,
Macedon.
like the
Minerva,
fucking place.
you know, from Greece. The movie? No.
Minerva is actually the Roman,
Roman.
name.
I'm gonna
for
kick
a
your
theme.
ass.
Please?
Please!
I didn't take Latin for 7 years to get talked to like this.
You're the one that said from Greece.
Listen, I was making a joke about a movie.
Rest
All
in
right.
peace, Olivia Newton-John, I guess.
Yeah. Rip. Alright. Does anyone have questions?
Next time, are we gonna have time to talk to people before we go to sleep?
Yes, the night has not ended. It's like evening now.
Okay.
So maybe
Okay.
we get, still talking, and
You just
also
spent a lot of
potential
time.
Touching
Training.
Spent a lot
doorbells.
of time.
Well, yeah, I just
changing inventory.
Yeah.
yeah. I just wanted to talk to Amalthea at some point.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
maybe Godfrey.
And
Yeah,
you're all
yeah,
gonna
yeah.
be in this little room together,
Angie in a
so
corner. Yeah.
unless you want to hang out in the toilet hole room, expect no privacy.
Yeah.
Toilet room. Toilet room.
No, stay out of the toilet,
I'm
Archibald.
going to dig a tunnel in the toilet.
Archibald, I'm not gonna let you in the toilet hole.
Chickpea was literally complaining about how much we made toilet Archibald memes, and now he's chanting
He
toilet.
literally wants to climb into a toilet. I can't hear you, bestie. You're incoherent. Get out of the toilet, King. You're better than this.
It's funny because it sounds like he's getting distant as well.
Yeah,
Like
he's climbing in.
Yeah, I put the headphones back on. I'm back.
Alright, okay. I need to go to bed because I have work at
Yeah, good. Yeah.
butthole o'clock
Farewell.
a.m. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for putting up with my terrible
Yeah.
internet. I will do my best to get it fixed, but if it's a computer problem, then
Good
this
luck.
is just gonna be how it is forever.
Oh.
No.
Listen, I got no money. Computer expensive. But anyways, I'll do my best. Thank you all for coming. Have a good night, everybody.
Good
Good
night.
night, everybody.
Night.
It was fun.